there you have it. This is where it all goes down. To 2014, the Swimrun World Championships. As soon as they get to Anders, you know that there's about 7 kilometres left in this race. 6 kilometres will be run on land, 1 kilometre through the water. But this, if these guys are to have any chance of winning the race, they've got to make it through there. We're hoping to have Anders back in the studio reasonably soon to follow the denouement here. But first, we'd like him to see the contenders sort of make it past his point there so that we know when it's really going down there. At the moment, we have Team Milebreaker. They're in the lead. And I hear that they're coming towards Anders' point now. So there's about 6 or 7 kilometres left. We're going to go back over to Anders. Anders' camera's over there. I wonder if Anders maybe can take over the commentary at this point.
Prata här lite också när de kommer, eller? Nu är det 10 sekunder. 10 sekunder vattnet.
Okay, we're just waiting for Anders to take up the thread here.
Okay, first team. It's Milebreaker, Öppet Hav, Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg. First team down in the water at Ornö South. And Daniel really wants to have this victory, I think. So they will push really, really hard. Lelle going first. He is the strongest swimmer of the twos. And Daniel just behind him. You can see they really push, and remember they have been swimming 8.5 Ks before this and been on the run for 60 Ks. And I still don't see any other team up at the checkpoint, so I think they have pushed real hard in the terrain. Lelle won ÖTILLÖ 2012 together with his partner Magnus Olander. So maybe he will have another victory here. And they really push hard here. You can see that Lelle goes up with his head, navigating to the next island. And this swim right now is 250 meters. And they will get up on the island of Kulbäling and do a 350 meters technical run. And I just now look up at the checkpoint and I still can't see Team Head swimming. And I think Daniel and Lelle's plan here is to go as hard as they could, so they will have a good chance on the last run section at Ute. So 250 meters of swimming, and I think they have done more than half, and then they will get up on the island and do 350 meters of running. Lelle Moberg is a very good swimmer, and he takes the lead here, so Daniel just can push as hard as he can, but he doesn't have to think about navigating or something like that. And I think we can follow the racers on next island and see them running on the rocks at the beach. I still don't see any team. Right now I see out of the camera Team Head Swimming arriving at Ornö South. And I have my own clock here to see how many minutes Daniel and Lelle have. So very exciting here, 9th edition of ÖTILLÖ. Will Daniel get his first victory and Lelle his second? Or will Team Head Swimming chase them down and get another victory? As you remember, Team Head Swimming is the current world champions. My time shows that Lelle and Daniel has 4 minutes and 10 seconds. 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Time, Anders just said it was 4 minutes and 10 seconds. It's a little bit shorter than that, but it's still not looking that great for team head swimming. The official time gap between the two is 3 minutes and 39 seconds. So team Milebreaker have a lead of 3 minutes and 39 seconds over the second placed team head swimming. That's pretty much what it is. The chase is on. Just as team Milebreaker are getting out of the water, team head swimming are going to be getting into it. Now, this is by no means a straight course all the way to the end of the race. As Anders was saying, it's going to be quite difficult, very, very technical running. It's we have rocks, we've forest trails, we've got it's not as straightforward as that last 20-kilometer run over Ornö. So it can still happen, but if anything is going to happen, team head swimming are going to have to make it happen now. Do we have any pictures, perhaps, of team head swimming making it into the water there? We can see how they're progressing. It was very, very interesting to watch as team Milebreaker went into the water. If you watch their swimming stroke, they were able to stay face down in the water for there, and now we can see. Yeah, and we can see. I think is that team Milebreaker, I think, are just making their way across the rocks there. So you can see it's not the greatest terrain to be walking or to be running across. So there may be a slip up there, but it's going to take something to bring in a lead of 3 minutes and 39 seconds. But if we get back to their swimming in that last stretch of water over there, they did very, very well. They didn't look tired at all. They didn't look like they had any great need to breathe as they were going across. They were able to take 3-4 pulls with the arms without having to breathe at all, which is a very, very good sign. It shows that the oxygen is still working very well, the lungs are still working very well, the muscles are still working very well. In short, they have plenty of energy coming into the last stage of this race. There's pretty much only 10% of this race left, so about 6k left for them to do, and you can see that they're almost dancing across the rocks there as they go along. Looking very sure-footed, both of them. Quite difficult. When you think of trail running, you usually think of sort of forest trails and that kind of thing, but this is a completely different kind of a challenge. Almost at the full extension of the rope there. Would be interesting to know who's pulling who. And just making their way up the side of the cliff now. They'll be soon disappearing from view, but they're looking very, very strong. It's going to take something very, very special indeed from team head swimming to close a gap of 3 minutes and 39 seconds in what remains of the course at ÖTILLÖ on the 2014 World Swimrun Championships. We're back in the studio again here. It's looking like we know what's going to happen. We've got two teams up the front there. Team head swimming have it all to do to close that gap of 3 minutes and 39 seconds. It will be interesting, having seen team Milebreaker swim so confidently and so cleanly across that last gap. It's going to be interesting to see what team head swimming managed to do. Team Milebreaker would usually be taken as Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, slightly stronger swimmers, with Björn Englund and Paul Krochak maybe having the advantage when it comes to the trail running. But that appears not to be the case today. Earlier on today, you may remember that Björn and Paul actually lost time on one of the runs that they would have been expected to gain a few seconds on, allowing Lelle and Daniel to take the lead. We're going to take a very, very short break. We're going to take a very, very short break in our broadcast here, pardon me. We'll be back to you in about 10 minutes' time with an update from the field, by which time Team Head Swimming will have made it to dry land on the far side, and hopefully we'll have a better idea of the lie of the land as this race nears its climax. Good afternoon and welcome back to the island of ÖTILLÖ here in the Stockholm archipelago. Just behind me here, about 15 metres away, is the finish line, and believe it or not, we're expecting the winners to be here sooner rather than later. Race director Mikael Lamel just passed by and said that he was expecting them around about the 8 hour and 10 minutes mark, which means we're on for another world record for the second year in a row. The team we expect to cross first are Team Milebreaker Uppethav, that is to say Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson Johnson will be here very, very soon. They've since we last spoke to you, they've passed another timing station, and they are now 5 minutes and 4 seconds ahead of Head Swimming. They seem to be increasing their lead as they go along, as they've done successively over the last 3, 4, 5 time stations. In fact, ever since taking the lead a little while ago. We're going to bring up the leaderboard now so that we can have a look and see where we are. Yeah, that is the latest leaderboard that we've seen. They'll soon be arriving on ÖTILLÖ. As you can say, ÖTILLÖ North is the next position. So the two teams there are way out in front. There is nobody else that is going to threaten them. Team Milebreaker Upatov in first place after 7 hours, 37 minutes and 5 seconds of racing. And in second place, Team 2 is Team 1. The Head Swimming, Björn England and Paul Krochak of Canada. So we are basically waiting for them to come onto ÖTILLÖ now for the last run, which is going to bring them here to the finish line just behind me. The tape is up there with a 5-minute advantage. It's hard to see anybody other than Team Milebreaker Upatov winning at this point in time. If we'd like to have a quick look at the women's and the mixed sections, maybe we can go to the milebreaker.com area and see who has passed through there last. Nobody has done that yet. So if we go to Swimrun, we will see that 3 of the women's teams have been through there. And we can pretty much say at this point in time that Team Puppy TS Mad are way out in front there. They have an advantage of 25 minutes and 20 seconds. An incredible advantage to have at this late stage in the race. It's still a few things that can happen here, but it looks pretty much like they will be first across the finish line in the women's race. Just behind them is Team 2QTRI, 25 minutes and 20 seconds afterwards, and after them Team Sandhamn, Sanna Duvebrandt and Annika Åström, 37 minutes and 21 seconds after the leaders, should I say. In the mixed class, it's still all to play for at the top. Team 2xU Mix are leading with Team Adeptic just 47 seconds behind them. In third place, way after them, is Team Brasserie Godot, a whole 33 minutes and 21 seconds behind the leaders. So it's pretty much all to play for here. We kind of know who we think is going to win, but we'll soon see who crosses the finish line. I'm just going to see if we have any pictures live from the course that we can have a look at now. We have no live builders of no live pictures from the course now, so I'm going to ask Mika Lemel, maybe the race director, if he's around. He might come over and have a quick word with me there. Mika's actually on the phone at the moment. I'm sure there's a few trophies to be brought forward and that kind of thing, because we should be expecting them very, very soon indeed. The last point where we took a little break there, he said to us that maybe around the 8-hour mark this time sounds a little bit ambitious. I think they still have a little bit more time out on the course to go. They'll come to ÖTILLÖ here. There's a bit of a run around that before they come up this area behind me here. They're going to come through the gates here, and then behind our camera position here, we might be able to go over to the goal, to the camera at the finish line there, and you'll see the white tape with the ÖTILLÖ logo. The 2014 Swimrun World Champion will be crowned when they pass through this line in the very near future. I'm joined now by Mika Lemel. Mika, if you could stand on this side of me here, please. Race director Mika Lemel, tell me, what do you think of the race so far this year?
Fast.
Fast. Why is it
fast?
Why is it so fast?
Well, you know, you have a couple of 2 or 3 teams that have really pushed each other really hard throughout the race. And with really favorable conditions, it means that everybody's just going for it. And that means that the race gets fast.
And from what you've seen of the race yourself, we had the favourites, if you like. Head Swimming were out there in front for pretty much half the race, but then Team Milebreaker Upatov seemed to take over there. Did you see anything? Can you give us any explanation as to why that would have happened?
No, I think Team Milebreaker Upatov are really, really hungry, and I think they've tried to do a race that's quite strategic. So I think they've been letting Björn and Paul just stay ahead all the time, and they've been staying along with them. And then they have taken the right moment and just gone for it.
Yeah, they seem to be increasing their lead. Since they did take the lead, it's gone up from 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, now up to 5 minutes.
Well, I think that's because Team Head Swimming realizes that they can't catch them, and I think their morale gets a little low, and they'll just, you know...
They've taken their foot off the gas a little.
Yeah, I think they've realized that they can't do anything.
And is it really possible that 2 or 3 teams can push each other to knock what might be 15 or 20 minutes off the world record that we've had to this point?
Seems like it. So, you know, it's amazing. I don't know where we're going to end up with this race. It's crazy. And I mean, I've always said that we won't end up with a time under 8 hours, but... you know, in the next couple of years, it seems that we might actually have times under 8 hours,
And
which sounds crazy.
Excellent. And if you take a step back from the fight at the top of the table for the men's championship here, how has the race been in general? Have you enjoyed it? Have you had time to enjoy it yourself?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I'm sorry, I just need to answer the phone, but I do enjoy it. I love it because it's just amazing to see how much passion people put into what they're doing. And our staff, everybody who's working with media, and of course all the racers are doing great things.
That's great.
So I'm going to leave you now because I have to get this phone call.
We'll let you go answer the phone.
Right.
Mika Lemel, thank you
Cheers.
very much. We'll
Thank
talk to you again later. Thank you. Mika Lemel, race director and one of the instigators behind the commercial race that is ÖTILLÖ, the Swimrun World Championships 2014, which is going to end about 15 metres from here. Could be any time soon. Within the next half an hour is what we expect at the moment. If we go back and have a look at the leaderboard, we're looking at two teams basically in the top of it. Team Milebreaker up atop with a 5-minute lead. What looks to be an unassailable 5-minute lead over Team Head Swimming. Team Head Swimming, of course, set the course record last year of 8 hours and 35 minutes, but it seems to have been given a little bit of a lesson in course management today as a team, as the leaders have basically taken off in the second part of the race and pretty much left them for dead over the last few stages. I'm just wondering if Anders is out there anywhere on the course and maybe we can see some of the latest pictures. Do we have anything to go out there? We're going to take some pictures from the 20 kilometre running the stage that happens on Ornö there. We're just going to say we have the leaders of the mixed team out there. That is team number 210. Just let me consult here. It's looking like we have team 2 by Umix. That's Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén there. Ulrika is leading the way there. They have a 47-second lead over team Adeptic, so it's not very much indeed. Mind you, we said the same thing in the in terms of the men's competition. Head Swimming and Team Milebreaker up atop were only 56 seconds apart when they got here, but all of a sudden the gap started to increase considerably. I'm just looking at Jonas Udén, his hands there flapping just a little bit. It might be part of his running style, but it's usually a sign of a little bit of tiredness. His feet there seems to be sort of not making much in terms of a stride. Ulrika certainly making a much better, much more defined stride. So she seems to have something left in the tank there, where Jonas might be suffering just a little bit out on the course. Okay, they're going into the water for the last swim. They're on their way down the hill now towards that. Okay, Team Milebreaker are, yes, I'm hearing in my headphones now, the Team Milebreaker up atop are on their way into the water for the last time. On their way into the water for the last time are Team Milebreaker up atop. Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson, the race leaders, are on their way into the water for the last time. When they come out of the water, they will come out of the water here on ÖTILLÖ. It's a good few hours now. It's almost 8 hours since we stood here in front of this camera for the first time. 6 o'clock dawn here in the Swedish Stockholm archipelago when the guys set off from Sandhamn, 75 kilometres away. They are very, very close now, almost close enough to touch this finish line, which they should do sometime in the next 15-20 minutes or so. It's been an absolutely incredible race put on by these two gents. They, as Mika Lemel was telling us there, they bided their time through the first half of the race and then they stepped on the gas when they were given the chance. Pretty much just after the pig swim there, the 1.4 kilometre swim that I don't think anybody in the field looks forward to. They stepped on the gas after that and they've increased their lead successively ever since. They're on their way to ÖTILLÖ is what I'm hearing in the headphones now, so they should be here. The first team is up on ÖTILLÖ. We're just going to see what the time is now if we get them there. The time is going to be coming very, very soon. We look out there, there's nothing happening in the background there. The first team is up on ÖTILLÖ, so very, very shortly they will be crossing the line here. I make it 7 hours and 55 minutes since the race began, but there's still a little bit of a run before they get here to us at the finish line. When they do, we have cameras set up here, we have prizes ready to give out, but I think the two things that the guys will need most is a seat. 75 kilometres. 65 kilometres of running, 10 kilometres of open water swimming. It's been the toughest challenge that I've ever seen in terms of sport, and yet they are still doing it. They're still running on their way here, having come out of the water. We're looking for an official time here. It should be up any second now in terms of what the guys have done. We'll just see if that has come up on the official statistics yet. It still hasn't come up, but they should be on the north of this island of ÖTILLÖ now. They should be there very, very soon. We can see pictures now as they come into picture. We have our race leaders. There we go. They're coming down towards. They're on the island of ÖTILLÖ now. You can see they haven't even bothered to take off the hand paddles. There's a huge gathering here of fans and friends. I can see plenty of people outside of our commentary position here with cameras. The race director is just in front of me here. There's a great sense of excitement here at the finish line. It truly is a fantastic achievement to get through this race, and in such a short time. Not even 8 hours since the gun went this morning to start the race. And believe it or not, they're running like they were when they left Sandhamn this morning. There looks to be absolutely no let-up in pace from Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson. They really are giving it their all along this last leg of the race. Those of you who have been with us all morning will have seen them run across all sorts of terrain. Right now they're on a sort of a grass and gravel track coming through the forest there. They've been on shale, they've run over slippery rocks and forest paths. They had the 20-kilometre run across Ornö, a lot of which in the beginning wasn't that great, kind of similar ground to what they're running on at the moment. Then that panned out into a long asphalt road where they were able to pick up an awful lot of time and make up an awful lot of time to increase their lead over the second place pair from Team Head Swimming, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak. Björn, of course, from Sweden, Paul Krochak from Canada. Last year's winners in a record time of 8 hours, 35 minutes. That is going to be absolutely crushed in the near future by the looks of things. If you can watch this online. We're just losing the pictures at the moment, but we do have our finish line camera. You can switch to the finish line camera to see anybody who's crossing the line. The first of those will be crossing it very, very soon. Team Milebreaker Upatov expected to cross it very, very soon indeed. They'll be coming up this trail behind me here. I'm not sure. Yes, you can see some of the flags there waving in the breeze. They'll pass up through this path and then come around by the commentary position here and then across the line. Unfortunately, we've lost the live pictures there, but we'll have them back very, very soon indeed as they come up behind us in the denouement of this classic race. Again, this is a race that started from this very spot pretty much 10 years ago as a gamble between four friends who were out drinking one very, very late night. That time it went from ÖTILLÖ to Sandhamn, but as a commercial race now it's coming the other way round. It's been hugely successful over recent years. 500 teams on standby to come here, 120 that actually started this morning, 240 athletes. We're hearing that one or two of the athletes have had to give up on the race because of injury. We'll bring you more details about that when we've time, but at the moment we're preparing ourselves for the winners of the men's class to be the first to cross the line here on ÖTILLÖ. The 1st of December, of course, the 1st of September, I mean the 1st of December is a little bit late in the year. The 1st of September is the date every year. It's the first Monday in September every year that this classic race is being held. Next year, hopefully there will be more qualifying races held in Europe and around the world, such as the growing popularity of it. I think Mr. Lemel and Mr. Scotland, their crews, have put this together, gaining more and more experience of how to do it. Of course, there was one qualifying race held in Switzerland this year, which was very, very successful. Many of those here today qualified through that or took part in it. I'm just keeping one eye over my shoulder here to see when we get them back again. To see when Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson come around the corner. I have a good feeling that this crowd just off here to my left are going to let me know when they see them coming up the hill. Remember that there's plenty left in this broadcast today. We will be here until the women's and the mixed teams come in as well. We'll also be talking to our experts, Anders. We're hoping that Mikael Lemel will have a little bit more time in his hands to discuss in a little bit more detail the challenges of putting on a race like this. Crowds lining up now to see the leaders come up the hill for the final time. As banks of photographers standing behind us here, ready to take pictures of the winners as they come up. We've just passed the 8-hour mark. It's 8 hours and 13 seconds apparently since the race started just at dawn here in Sweden this morning. Pretty much bang on 6 a.m. when the 240 athletes left Sandhamn this morning. I wondered if we can talk to our team out in the field at all, if we can have any pictures. Do we have any pictures? We have no pictures of the leaders at the moment. Just see one of the most important things being brought out here. It's probably not the trophies. I see one of the race organisers putting out some bananas here for the guys crossing the line. Of course, one of the most important parts of the race tactics today has been to manage energy levels. It's been to manage hydration levels by using energy drinks and water. 9 different positions along 9 different energy points along the trail today, where they were able to refuel using different types of energy drinks and water. Everything from hot dogs to cinnamon buns to energy bars handed out as as well. We've seen them use little gels and paste and that which they picked up along the way, some of which are provided by the race organisers, some of which have been provided by local people here who've baked a few buns and put them out there for the participants as they pass by. Great sense of excitement here, the commentary position. It's now pretty much full just off to my left here out of shot as people wait for the leaders to come up the hill for that final time. Lele Mubai, Daniel Hansson, both of whom, when they spoke to us yesterday, they were very, very keen to win this. This is the kind of thing that they were dreaming of. They lost to Björn Englund and Paul Krocek last year, and they never intended to do it again. Run a very, very tactical race. They were very, very careful in the beginning of the race. They let Björn and Paul set the tempo very much, set the pace. They followed that pace, and then when the time came, they went for it. We had the team leaders back, and I'm afraid we've lost them again. I think they're probably going too fast for us to keep up with at the moment, unfortunately. But one way or another, very, very soon, they're going to be right in front of us here. There we are again. This is the time. The mixed team leaders are now on Una. So yeah. We're back to Ulrika and Johan there. As I say, they're looking quite tired there. But I think they've pretty much broken the back on this. Coming into a little downhill section now. Always welcome when you're running over those kinds of distances. We're going to see if we can just bring up the mixed section here just to see. The second men's team has arrived on Utö. Team head swimming is also on Utö. Björn Englund and Paul Krocek. It looks like time is running out if they're going to do anything. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to make up the time that's left here. But they are on the island. If they're going to have this chance, they've got to take it now. Lele Mubai, Daniel Hansson, well on their way to us here at the finish line just behind me. If you're watching online, of course, you can switch to what we call the goal line cam, the finish line cam, and you will see every participant cross the line there. They'll all come through that camera at one point or another. But first and foremost, we're waiting for the winners of the men's section, Lele Mubai and Daniel Hansson. It's amazing that in the 8 hours since the race began, it was very, very quiet here for most of the morning, and then as the sun came up, and the excitement has been climbing ever since, and it's absolutely packed here now. There's a buzz of excitement around the place. There's loud music going. We have the speaker ready to welcome the winners as they come along. Sponsors have appeared with banners and posters, fans with cameras, professional photographers, race directors, all here to welcome the new world champions who are on their way and will be with us any second now. 3 minutes past 2 here, Central European time, 3 minutes past 2 local time. The world record, of course, is 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Now, surely they can't be within they can't beat that record by a half an hour, but maybe they might beat it by about 20 minutes or so. It remains to be seen. We were looking at the mixed teams there as they were out on the road from Ona. That was Team 2xU Mix are currently leading from Adeptic by 2 minutes and 49 seconds. 2 minutes and 49 seconds there. We're going to have a quick check and see on the women's section. There are none of the women on that Ona section just yet, but the looks of things, I think that may be a bug in the program. We'll have to check that out and see. There's a huge pressure on the website, I'm delighted to say. There's plenty of interest from around the world today and following the broadcast and following the leaderboard. I believe we've had 1 or 2 problems with the app as well. We can only apologise for that. Just seeing that there's a bar opened here at the finish line with special ÖTILLÖ beer, and I'm sure 1 or 2 of the participants will be partaking of that a little bit later on. I'm sure actually 1 or 2 of the fans will be partaking of that as well. I'd say it's going to be a big seller throughout the day. All the preparations underway now. All we are lacking is the 2 winners. The 2 from the leading team, Team Milebreaker Uppetov on the way here. Lele Mubai and Daniel Hansson set off at 6 o'clock this morning. We're going to go back and have a quick look and see if we can check out how the women's race is going. It was Team Puppy Mad were leading there pretty well when they went from Shimendö. They're still leading by a good 25 minutes. So barring injury, we can probably expect them to be the first women's group across the line. We're going to have a look then at how the mixed is faring out. Okay, we should have the leaders running reasonably soon. They should be coming into pictures. You can see they're starting to fill up behind me here. Every vantage point is sacred. Everybody wants to be able to see when the leaders come here. The entire island seems to be out wanting to see what's going on around this place. I can see down just below our commentary position here. The locals are bringing out white plastic chairs and putting them out so they can sit down and watch as the runners pass by. It's down to 2 teams now, that's all. Team Head Swimming in second place, desperately trying to make up the ground on Team Milebreaker up Batov. The gap is up to 7 minutes and 51 seconds. 7 minutes and 51 seconds is the gap now between Team Milebreaker up Batov. We've got to say it's all over, barring anything serious happening. Team Milebreaker up Batov are going to cross this line at some point in the near future and be crowned the World Swim Run Champions for 2014, winners of the ÖTILLÖ race. No sign of them just yet, but that truly is a huge gap altogether. 7 minutes and 51 seconds. So they've continued all the way through. As Mika was saying, maybe the second place team, maybe Team Head Swimming kind of gave up when they realised what the gap was. Maybe they took their foot off the gas a little bit. Maybe the race was won somewhere in the middle there, and maybe it's not going to be won right here in front of us. Even if we don't get a sprint finish, which you seldom do in this kind of race, it's still been an absolutely fantastic competition to see so many 3, 4, 5, 6 teams battle it out until the 40-kilometre mark approximately, and they're still battling it out here and now. So you can see the commentary position behind me is just is filling up nicely with spectators. I think there's 2 or 3 more coming up now. Hearing conflicting reports about exactly where they are on the course at the moment. I keep looking over my shoulder there because they will be coming up along this path beside me, and then behind me to my right here, following the flags from the little harbour here in Utö. Amazing to see that Antti Antonov, a man who was suffering from stomach flu earlier on, is still going strong. They're 18 minutes behind the leaders. And incredibly, if Antti Antonov and his partner Marcus Hultgren, if they keep that pace up, they may well come in inside what was the previous world record as well, which would be incredible for a team that wasn't even expected to start this morning. We have the pictures coming in now. We have the leaders in the pictures. There we can see Lele Moberg and Daniel Hansson on their way. They will be here very, very soon indeed. They pass by our camera position now on Utö. We're going to see if we can... They are still flying. They are still flying. You can see just below, this is just below the commentary position here. They're just starting. It's typical that this race would finish up a little hill. It's going to demand the absolute last drops of energy that they have to get themselves up this hill and through these gates. You can hear the cheers in the background now as they come into sight just down by the water side. They are only minutes away. It's an incredible time. 8 hours and 9 seconds have elapsed since they left the gate in Sandhamn. This is an incredible time up together. They will absolutely destroy the record by about 20 minutes or so. Partially due to incredible pace setting, it has to be said, by Björn Englund and Paul Kroschak. But they're on their way up now. We're expecting them to come around the final bend anytime soon. As you can see, the space behind me here is filling up. Our camera's on the finish line. You're going to see them coming through there any second soon. There's a hairpin bend just below our commentary position, and I'd expect a very, very loud cheer as they come through there. There can't be too much left in the tank from these 2 gents. Lele Moberg and Daniel Hansson coming around the hairpin bend. It looks like they're completely out, raising their fists in triumph, but it looks like they're completely out of energy. No, they're putting a spurt on again. Putting a show on for the crowd here, gathered at the edge of the commentary position. Here they come up the final hill. Some trying steps. Local residents are out filming it for posterity. Indeed, there will be more pictures on Instagram and Facebook. You can hear the reaction from the crowd in the background then. They're coming up, they're onto the flat. They're onto the flat through one of the last gates here, past one of the sponsors' banners. They can only be 150 metres away now as the crowd moves forward to the finish line. It is absolutely packed in front of the finish line here. Well-wishers, fans, friends and family wait to welcome the new world champions, the new Swimrun world champions, and the winners of the ÖTILLÖ 2014 race. Team Milebreaker up Batov, Lele Moberg and Daniel Hansson into the last few metres now as they come up to the line. Hand in hand, they cross the line. Lele Mubay and Daniel Hansen, World Swimrun Champions 2014. Team Milebreaker up atop. Waiting for the official finish time here, but that was quick. I estimate it to be 8 hours and 11 minutes. 8 hours and 11 minutes. That would beat the previous record by all of 24 minutes. Needless to say, a big spray of champagne there. Plenty of people wanting to get in on the action. The two boys are sitting on the ground. A quick slip of champagne for the two winners, the two world champions. 364 days ahead of them where they can title themselves World Swimrun Champions before we return to Utah in a year's time to see if they can defend their title. Somewhere back down the course, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak will now know that they've had to hand over their World Swimrun crown. Eight hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds. A new world record. 8 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds for Team Milebreaker up atop. An incredible performance. Almost 20 minutes wiped off the old record. Race director Mikael Lemel congratulating the two new world champions, Lele Mubay and Daniel Hansen. We're hoping to bring them over here and have a little chat with them as soon as we possibly can. That is, if they have any energy left whatsoever to talk to us. Of course, we'll have to have a few photographs. Yeah, we're going to try to talk to them now as soon as we possibly can. Looking very, very tired, very, very worn out. But 8 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds when the clock stopped as the two crossed the line. Most incredible, most incredible. An improvement of almost 20 minutes on the previous record. Ironically, the previous record holders, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak, will probably beat their own record, but it still won't be enough to win the title. We're going to take a quick look over to Orna, where the leading mixed team are running away with it. They're in the middle of their 20-kilometer run there. We're going to see what they have there. They can't have too much left now before they're going back into the water for the final time. They are 47 seconds ahead, at least they were 47 seconds ahead of Team Adeptic when they took on this 20-kilometer run across Orna, looking a little bit tired there, but I think the worst of it is probably over at this point. If they could just keep it going, they will probably wind up this hill first. We're looking at Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén there. They're taking a little walk now. They must be pretty confident that their lead is more than 47 seconds. Either that or they are very, very tired indeed. Ulrika stopping to adjust a shoe there just in case. I see our expert Anders has just arrived as well, having followed the race for the 75 kilometers from Sandhamn. Jonas looks like he's suffering just a little bit there, right enough, but they're still keeping the pace up. It's fair to say the two men's champions, Team Milebreaker up atop, Lele Mubay and Daniel Hansen, probably the most popular people on ÖTILLÖ just now. Everybody wants to talk to them. Every photographer wants to take a picture. Everybody with an iPhone wants to take a picture. Everybody with an Instagram account wants to take a picture. And why wouldn't they? 8 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds, a new world record for the new world champions. And here we go. In the team in second place are just coming into our picture now. Here you can see team head swimming, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak, the defending champions, who unfortunately will have to hand over their crown when they get to the gate here. They're making their way to one of our final camera positions, so they'll be up here very, very soon indeed as well. Still putting in a good pace, still nice rhythmic running from the team there, but unfortunately it's a little too late, too little too late. They just passed by one of our final camera positions now, so we should be able to see them turning the corner below me here very, very soon indeed. We'll see them coming out of the forest here to the right. Still plenty of friends and family there. They're running down towards the little harbour here in ÖTILLÖ. We can just hear down to my right here, we can hear the second place team coming in here. I haven't had a chance to check out the time, but they're certainly not that slow. It's team head swimming Björn Englund and Paul Krochak coming into the last stretch here. They're going to be coming up the hill here behind me, and we're welcoming the crowd back here. The two winners are still in the finishing area there. We're going to try to grab them as soon as we can and have a quick chat with them and see how they managed to break the world record by such an incredible margin. Great to see such unpartisan support there. Everybody here who has finished congratulating our two winners is down there to egg on the boys coming in second place, to encourage them. It must be very, very difficult to know that the race is already lost and still to try to post the best time you possibly can. They are well inside their world record time, well inside their previous world record time. It won't be enough today, but it's certainly a feat in itself to beat their record by so much. You can hear the crowd applauding behind me here as they make it up the hill. Pepping the boys on as they come around the corner now. Just coming up the steps down here behind me to my right. Making the last little hill there, squeezing out the last few drops of energy that they have. Unfortunately, they won't be taking the tape. I see Paul coming in, Paul Krochak from Canada coming in there second. They're doing the best that they can, but it must be quite a great disappointment to put in such a great time and still not win the race. But you have to hand it to two fantastic champions like Team Milebreaker up at Thavs, Lele Mube and Daniel Hansson. The defending champions now rounding the corner. Just rounding the corner now, coming in to the last gate. Just about to cross the finish line now. Team head swimming, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak. Walking across the line, arms around each other's shoulders. What a wonderful performance they put in today. Came up just a little bit short. Probably would have been enough to win pretty much any other endurance race in the world. Great spirit of sportsmanship there as the winners and second place congratulate one another. Race director Mikael Lemmel there to congratulate the second place as well. Next year, if the two teams enter again, the numbers on those bibs will be reversed, as Team Milebreaker up Batava won the competition this year. Team Head Swimming coming second. So the winners will get to wear the number 1 bibs next year. There's going to be plenty of pictures again taken between first and second. There's going to be a pretty large gap. We're going to check to see exactly what the distance is to the next team, if Antti Antonov is still hanging in there. They aren't actually on ÖTILLÖ just yet, but Be Quick Redovisning with Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren will soon be on the island, and they'll soon be with us here in the finish area as well. It's probably going to take another 17, 18, 19, 20 minutes before they get here. Lele Mube and Daniel Hansson, we're hoping to get them for an interview very, very soon indeed. They're looking tired, they're looking tender. Congratulations. Can we grab your teammate here as well? We get everybody in the picture together. Gentlemen, congratulations. Tell me, how does it feel?
Amazing. I can't believe it. It's the fourth in a row I've been doing this, so finally.
And is this your first victory?
Yes.
It is. And tell me, it seemed like a very, very tactical race. You took the lead around about the middle, and then you basically increased it all the way. Was that the plan from the very beginning?
Yeah.
It was the plan from the beginning.
Yeah.
We told the reporters our plan was to hold our horses from the beginning, so we let them pass and hope they would stress themselves a little bit, and then continue the plan to catch up with them in the middle of the course. And on Une, our plan was to catch them and then unleash hell, and so we did.
And tell me, the conditions out there today, your time of 8, I think it was 8 hours, 16 minutes, 12 seconds, you absolutely blew the old record out of the water. Did the conditions help you out there today?
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't that warm this time and as last year, and but it was cold in the water. I don't know if that's...
Oh yeah, but the sun has been up, so it'd be quite warm on land. But I think most that we...
The teamwork.
The teamwork and the tactic. It's a long race, and we need power in the end.
I know the two of you are probably very tired now, so I'm just going to finish with one last question. How are you going to celebrate this fantastic victory?
A lot.
Any plans? Will it be champagne? Will it be ÖTILLÖ beer that they're serving over here? Or?
Champagne and beer, of course, definitely.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Gentlemen, take yourselves over to the bar over there. Congratulations. Worthy world champions.
Thank
we'll
you.
see you in a year's time back here, I hope. Thank you very much indeed. That was the winners there, Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson. We just moved out of the picture there and just going to move back over a little bit. Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson there, the two winners. We're also hoping to speak to our runners up there, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak. We'll see if we can get them into the picture here. We're just waiting now. I can see Paul has opened up his wetsuit there. I'm sure he'd be glad to get out of that. Especially constructed for team head swimming. They have Swimrun wetsuits on, still with all of their equipment on. I'd say they'll be in a hurry to get out of it now. I'm sure it's a huge disappointment to them as well, having set the world record last year. They would have come into this race very, very confident indeed, but unfortunately this year it wasn't to be. Just discussing a little bit with race director Mika Lemmel there behind the camera position. I might just grab Paul here if we can get him in. Paul? Unfortunately, you can't hear me there. I'm sure the tiredness is kicking in now as well, and especially coming in second place, there's probably other things he would rather do than talk about it. He's there we go. Paul, thanks very much for talking to me. Congratulations, a great performance. Tell us about how it was out there today.
For me, it was pretty tough. I mean, I didn't like these conditions. It was pretty warm in the air and really cold in the water. And I mean, there was 4 or 5 swims that were, I mean, really, 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 really cold, and it took a lot out of us. And then, you know, I was so surprised that Lille went so fast and that we went so fast. I mean, it was. Yeah, I thought we were going to be at least 30 minutes slower, but it was. I don't know. It was tough. Like there was. Around 5 hours in, we really, I mean, I went through a really, really tough period, and I didn't think I was even going to make it to the finish line, but Bjorn really helped out, and somehow, you know, when it's going well, that's the easy part. It's when it gets tough. I mean, that's why we do these sports, to sort of battle through, and somehow, you know, Bjorn helped me, and we got through it, but. Hats off to Lily and Daniel. They ran a really good race.
Is it very disappointing to concede your title despite posting such a great time?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we wanted to win really badly, and you know, no male team has ever won 2 years in a row. So we really wanted that. Personally, you know, I won my first time last year. I wanted to sort of keep that streak alive. You know, we got to move on with life at some point. I don't know how much longer we can keep training at this level, and you know, we really wanted to give this one a crack. So, yeah, it's disappointing, but I mean, it's tough to beat Lille, and they ran a really good race today. So it's, you know, if you lose to guys like that, you can't be too disappointed. So I mean,
Bjorn, your impressions of the race today? It was a very, very fast race. Did you feel that going around?
I was quite surprised actually when we came up on Ute. I hadn't really looked at the total time. I just take my laps and look at laps. But then Paul told me that it's like 8:10 or something.
Yeah.
And then I said, shit, then our record will be broken. But we broke our own personal record with 10 minutes. So I didn't think it was that fast a race, because conditions today, there were no waves. That was good.
Yep.
But the water was so much colder than last year.
Okay.
And on land, the weather was probably like 5 degrees more or something. So kudos to Lelle and Daniel who beat the old record and won.
And tell me, I know you're probably very, very disappointed at this point in time, but will you be back again next year, or is that a question for another day?
Well, we'll save that one for another day.
Okay. And
so you never make decisions when you lose a race. So you just let's sleep on it and see what.
Well, I
want to take a couple of beers first, and then have a good night's sleep, and then
well,
we'll start.
This race was born out of a few people having a couple of beers, so I think the best decisions are made there. Thank you very much on behalf of the organisers and the people watching for taking part. You made it a great race today. Congratulations on the second place. You can be very proud. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Björn. Paul and Björn from Team Head Swimming there, who came in a second place, crushed their own world record, and yet it was still only enough for second place today. Very, very unfortunate. Two guys who are very, very disappointed. I know they're disappointed maybe not to win the race, but they can certainly be very, very proud of what they achieved here today. They put on a great show, but unfortunately the other team put them away in the end. I'm hearing in my earpiece that we have some pictures coming in for somewhere, because of course there's still a lot of competitors. Most of them are still out on the course there. We have 236 competitors still out on the course there, so I'm wondering if we're going to catch up with them at some point and see what they're doing. When we last checked in with the mixed team on Orna, they seem to have a pretty good lead there. That was I'm looking at the wrong thing now. We'll have to check that out. We'll go to the mixed teams here on our screen. And it was Team 2xU mix, of course. It was Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén. Jonas was looking a little bit tired there the last time they checked in. But since then, they've actually increased their lead over Team Adeptic. They're now 2 minutes and 49 seconds ahead. So they have a lead of almost 3 minutes over second place. I think I did remark there when they seemed to be walking a little bit for part of the 20-kilometre run, that maybe they felt like they had a comfortable lead. So they increased it from under a minute to almost just under 3 minutes now. The pictures we're looking at now, Team Puppy Mad, they are the leaders in the women's race. We're just going to find out exactly where on the course they are at the moment. They are on Orna. They are taking part in the 20-kilometre run that makes up the trek across that island. There doesn't seem to be anybody to touch them. They were 8 hours, 17 minutes and 21 seconds into their race when they got to Orna. We're just wondering exactly where they are on the island and where their nearest competitors are. We'll just go back and see who their nearest competitors were. 2QTRI, that's Jenny Nielsen and Magdalena Trumstedt, but they were all of 25 minutes behind. So I wouldn't say they're actually going to walk this one home, but as long as they keep going at the pace they are going and keep it all nice and stable, I think the women's title is going to be won by Puppy TS Mad. They're looking very, very comfortable. We have Charlotta Nielsen there out in front, her mother Bibbe Nordblom behind her. Charlotta was very, very modest when we interviewed her. She said she was just intent on finishing the race, but her mother was saying they were going to push the pace a little bit more, and how they have pushed the pace, 25 minutes ahead of their nearest opponent. So they're really crushing it out there in the field today. They'll have another short little swim. They'll soon be here on ÖTILLÖ, and then they'll be making their way up the hill behind me. The mixed race seems to have spread out just a little bit now. It's not as exciting as it was there around the middle. It was very, very tight there. There was only 47 seconds between the leaders at one point there, but that seems to be spread out now in favour of Team 2xU mix. Team Adeptic in second place. Team Brasserie Godot have been the outsiders for most of the day, but they're now up into third place. They're 33 minutes and 21 seconds behind the leaders, so that probably means that's about as high as they're going to climb, but they did very, very well to get that far into that third place. They're in a podium position now. Still not in to the milebreaker.com final 15 kilometres on Orna, but they're doing very, very well indeed. It's between Team 2xU mix and Team Adeptic there for the mixed competition title. I see Charlotta there looking a little bit tired, the right arm swinging a little bit. But she has every right to be when they are that far ahead. 25 minutes ahead there. They have plenty of time to play with. So we can see there on the map, you can see where I'm standing here, the finish line at ÖTILLÖ. A little bit further back there, you can see Orna is the large island just to the northeast of us here. That's where the 20-kilometre track happens all the way across there. And you can see that there's quite a distance to be covered. We can still see that some of the competitors are very far back the field. It's going to take them a while to get here. We've just seen the runners cross the line in 8 hours. The men's winners cross the line 8 hours 16 minutes. For some it's going to be 11, 12, maybe 13 hours before they are cut off. But we do hope that everybody who is out on the course at the moment will make it in here in the end. I'm just looking to see, I can't actually see it from here, but it seems that our winners have taken themselves off somewhere. They have run their way all the way through that map from Sandhamn this morning, starting at 6 o'clock. 8 hours and 16 minutes later they arrived here, to great acclaim, it has to be said. I see race director Mikael Lemmel there is explaining the ins and outs of Swimrun, always looking for convertees for people to bring here next year. Of course, it's worth remembering that there were 500 teams who didn't make it last year. We're back to Orna now. I was saying earlier on that there wasn't a whole lot of traffic in the Swedish archipelago, but there we see one car just slightly disrupting the race there. The residents, of course, are allowed to drive around a little bit more than what the tourists are. They're coming down the hill now a little bit. Can almost be as difficult to run downhill, even more difficult than running up the hill sometimes, because you have to stop yourself from running too fast. On the way down now, still looking very comfortable, even if Carlotta's looking quite tired. A quick look over her shoulder there at her mother. Of course, the two of them are tied together, so she'll know well that her mother is still there. We're going to go to our other camera now, which is somewhere on Orna. Maybe not, maybe we don't have those particular pictures now. We'll stay on Orna for the time being with the leaders of the women's tournament. There we go. That looks like we're coming close to ÖTILLÖ. Is that our third place team that we're looking at here? Our third place team are on their way here. Just coming to ÖTILLÖ. They're on their last swim there now. The third place team. That would be Quick Redovisning. Antti Antonov in the most incredible story, really, apart from the world record and the victory. If you were to pick another story out of it, Antti Antonov, suffering from stomach flu last night and this morning, made it to the start line this morning. It wasn't sure that he was going to race at all, but together with his teammate Marcus Hultgren, they made it to the start line. They're a little bit behind the winners and the second places, but now they're coming in. It's the last swim there. As we cut back to Orna, where we're looking at the women's leaders, they're running very comfortably, very comfortably indeed. The beautiful scenery of the Stockholm archipelago. Here we go, just behind us now we have pictures of team Quick Redovisning, Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren. They're just about to come around the corner here below us. They made it quickly out of the water here and they're into the last run up the hill there, being guided there by a 4x4 behind them. All-terrain vehicle looking after them. They're just, soon they'll be coming into picture here. We'll probably hear the noise of the crowd who are lined up on benches here just off to my left in the commentary position. They're just passing our final fixed camera position down there now. Looking very comfortable for a man who allegedly had stomach flu. 75 kilometers, absolutely incredible. I did actually expect in the last 10, maybe 15 kilometers that Antti might start to suffer from cramp, but that hasn't happened. Himself and Marcus looking very content there as they run along shoulder to shoulder, chatting as they go. You can hear the applause now as they come along behind me. We had a quick shot there from Orna. They're just after coming around the corner here behind me into the last leg of this particular journey now, the last of the uphill stretches. The crowd that's gathered here showing their appreciation 75 kilometers later. They're making their way up. We can hear them. They're about, I'd probably say 150 meters away from the finish line, 150, 170 meters now. It's quite a tough last climb. There's some steps involved in there as well. as they make their way up. But the jubilation of the crowd, of course, peps them on. They want to put on a good show for the fans here. They haven't seen too many of them around the place, just at the various jetties where they jump in the water. Now you can hear the noise goes up a couple of notches as they come around the corner. And they really are running very, very comfortably. I think that's Antti who's waving to the crowd there as he comes along. Great, very sporting of the crowd altogether to keep them rolling on as they come up the hill. Starting to run out. Still with all their kit, of course. Any kit that was taken out on the course has to be brought across the finish line as well. And now they're going to come around the final corner as the crowd once again moves back over towards the finish line area. We have our cameras focused on the finish line area, so we'll see when Antti and Marcus cross the finish line. The last turn, they're coming around the corner there now, just about to come into your picture as the two of them come hand in hand across the finish line. Third place, the final podium position, goes to Team B Quick Redovisning. Big hugs from the two guys there as they cross the line. I'm not sure that they were sure that they knew they were going to make it at all. Being congratulated. And the pictures being taken there, of course. Great to see the big smiles as they come across the finish line there. Bronze medals being hung around their necks. They get their prizes straight away here. We'll try to get them over here and have a chat as soon as we possibly can. So, photographers taking some official pictures there just off to the right of the shot that you're watching there. And now hopefully we're going to grab the guys very, very soon for a quick interview, see how they actually managed to go from being doubtful about starting the race at all to coming in third place in a time of 8 hours, 42 minutes and 11 seconds. 7 minutes outside the previous world record, which is a tremendous time to post. We are going to Orna. We're going to keep an eye on the ladies' competition, how that's developing over there. We can see the girls are still running very, very comfortably there. It looks very, very comfortable indeed for the two girls there. Quite a good lead ahead there. Okay, we have the mixed team just coming up towards Uta, if my memory serves me correctly. No, they're at Ängsholmen now, so they're swimming towards Ängsholmen. They'll be soon coming up out of the water there. And they're just coming up out of the water there. The first mixed team is not too far away now either. As you can see some of the functionaries there. I can see our third place team here is being handed some bananas. And we're going to try to grab an interview with them as soon as possible. Here they go. The first mixed team is just about to enter the water for the final swim. But right here in the finish line area, we have our third placed team, Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren. Come in and stand beside me, guys. We're just going to get you in shot here. There we go. Tell me, how does it feel?
Well, as usual, pretty good right now. If you would have asked a couple of minutes ago, it was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. Was it very hard to make it up the final hill here?
No, actually, that was okay. That's the easy part, but.
So the applause helps it brings you up
yeah,
here.
definitely.
Tell me, there was a rumor here all day that one of you was suffering from stomach flu. Is that correct?
Yeah, I had some problems, but not that much actually. So my stomach settled down during the race, so it's okay.
And how did you find it with nutrition, with hydration during the race? Did it give you any problems?
No, actually, the only thing I was missing actually was a lot more caffeine, but otherwise it was great.
That problem we've had in the studio as well. I can tell you, having started at 6 o'clock here this morning. Could you just describe a little about your strategy for the race today? It was a very, very quick race. Your time was only 7 minutes outside last year's previous record. Today they finished in 8 hours 16 minutes, so it was a very, very quick race indeed.
Yeah, we did a pretty great race last year as well, but we finished 4th, and we actually lost a lot of time in the beginning, in the first swim and in the first 5 islands.
Yeah.
So the time we lost there, we kept it the whole race.
Yeah.
So this year we actually forced ourselves to go harder in the start. Yeah. Even if I didn't want it, and I know Ante didn't want it either.
And can I ask you, when you set out this morning, what was the goal this morning? Was the goal to win the race, to finish the race? What did you thought of?
Actually, we were going for the win, but again, I mean, to be quite honest, these young guys, they're faster than we are.
So you just have to start a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Maybe we can start at 5 o'clock in the morning next year,
idea,
or something like that. Yeah. But do you think now you'll be back to defend your podium position in 2015?
Obviously, no. Actually, I'm going to Kona, Hawaii. That's the plan next year. So no, I'm not going to be here, but Maka will definitely be here, right?
Yeah. But I've been longing for this the podium position now. This is my 5th year. I have 2 4th place. So
2 4th places. Now you got onto the 3rd step of the podium. There's only 2 steps left to the top, Marcus.
But right now I feel pretty good about just being on the podium. Tomorrow I'm gonna be angry about it, but now I'm really happy about it.
I think I'd feel pretty good just to cross the line. Gentlemen, congratulations on your bronze medal. For fantastic performance here today. We hope to see you again. Best of luck in Hawaii. There you go, our 3rd place team, Be Quick Redovisning, Ante and Marcus there, who crossed the line in a time of 8 hours, 42 minutes and 11 seconds. Quite incredible when you think that Ante was suffering this morning as he went off. I don't think there's too many on the way into the finish area now. So I see our expert Åsa has arrived in here. We might grab Åsa and bring her over and have a little chat with her about her experience. Of course, Åsa was out around the course now. Åsa, welcome back to the finish line area. How was the race out there today?
Yes, it was very hard for me. Super hard. It's a very nice weather, and you know I really need air and rain. No, I don't. No, it's been great. I think everything went pretty well for our team. We had a signal, so we hope we gave you guys a lot of pictures, good racing pictures, and people are excited in the beginning and tired towards the end.
Yeah, it was brilliant. The pictures were fantastic. But tell me a little bit more about the race as you saw it. Could you see what was happening out in the field? Did you know what the positions were as people passed you by?
It was a little bit hard. I wish we had a leaderboard or something. It would have been a little bit easier. But I always sit down the night before and go through the athletes and see which position I think, you know, like the top 3 or top 5. And I was pretty much spot on, but maybe not with Lelle and Daniel. I wish, I mean, I'm so happy they won. I know Daniel has wanted this for a long time. Lelle is won once, so. Yeah. But I thought Björn and Paul was going to get it. But today, no, the Lelle and Milebreaker were the stronger team. In the women's category, we knew we had a very strong team in Maria and Annika, and sadly they had to
break the race.
Yeah, to break the race. And also the same with the team in the mixed category. So that was a little bit disappointed. Yeah.
I believe I'm just getting word in my ear now that we have some lovely pictures. The last mixed team, the mixed team in first place is in the water at the moment. They're on their way to ÖTILLÖ now. The mixed team that is leading at the moment, we've got to check to see who that was.
It was a battle between 2XU and Marika Wagner and Björn Rosenthal.
That's right. It was very, very close there in the middle there, wasn't it? It was a team 2XU mix were there, and then there was team Adeptic were there as well. So there was a huge battle going on. Did you know beforehand?
So now it's 2XU, yeah.
2XU, yeah. I think Matt Scott was saying before that he was expecting there to be a very tight race in the mixed class in particular. Did you expect the same thing?
Yes. I didn't really see anyone who would be stronger than the other one. So I thought it would be the mixed would be the great race today. You know, because you can't really expect you don't know who's going to win. I know Ulrika. We actually went to high school together. I know she's a very strong athlete, so I'm not surprised that she's this high up. I know that she won Loppet, and she's a personal trainer in Gothenburg, so I know that she has it. I don't know her teammate, but you know, they won Öloppet, so they can't be that bad.
They put the work in so far. As I look at the leaderboard here, they have a lead of 4:43, 4 minutes and 43 seconds over Adeptic. So it's going to be very, very hard to close that gap this late in the day.
Yeah.
How have you seen the race tactically today? Has anybody said anything to you about how things have gone?
Well, the first swim, I know that several teams went down last night to look at how they were going to aim. It was a 1.6K, and it's early in the morning, and you know, you're not really in the race yet, but you have a lot of energy. And some wanted to go over some rocks in the water, and some, well, actually, I know Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson, who was first up from the swim, they just swam. They just decided to aim straight and go for it. And today that tactic was the best one there. And then, of course, they know that they are strong swimmers, so they have to put everything on the swim.
Especially the early swims as well. You need to build up your little lead there. They were actually leading after that first swim, and then they fell away into a 4th place. I'm sure they'll be joining us reasonably soon here in the finishing area. Åsa, thank you very much indeed.
Yes,
we'll talk to you again, I'm sure, before the race is over. Do we have Anders coming in here now as well? We do. Anders, step in there.
Yes, hello Philip.
How has your day been out in the field?
It has been fantastic.
Has it?
Yes.
What has been the best thing about it so far?
Oh, to follow the race so close and see how Daniel and Lelle just waited and waited and waited, and then I think they exploded at Ornö.
Yeah, and was it a tactical triumph for them to wait to get to Ornö and then go for it?
Well, I don't know. I talked to Micke Lemmel, and he thought that it was.
Yeah.
So maybe.
As a tactical masterstroke to do that.
Maybe.
But I think the talk earlier on was that Lelle was such a strong swimmer that maybe they might have the advantage in the water, but that the defending champions would have the advantage on land. Would you have seen that in the same way, or did you expect what we saw today?
I thought that Björn and Paul they have raced before, and they're strong runners on flat terrain, and they're good swimmers. They're very equal in both swim and run. And Lelle, he's a good swimmer and a great runner, but Daniel, he's not so good swimmer, but a very, very good trail runner.
Ah, okay.
So
it wasn't completely unexpected then for you?
No, but I met them yesterday, and both Lelle and Daniel, they had so much energy to get to the first place.
They were ready to go.
Yes.
We've just been watching pictures of the leading mixed team now as they make their way onto the land again. It's going to be it's going to start to get busy here in the finish line reasonably soon. We've had a very, very quick time. If I had asked you this morning at 5 minutes to 6 what the finishing time would be, would you have said 8 hours and 16 minutes?
I think I had said 8:30, 8:35.
Okay, so you expected quite a quick time maybe for the record to be broken.
But not this quick.
It was an incredible time altogether.
Fantastic. I just got in here. Which mixed team is in the lead?
I think it was Team 2 by You were in the lead there. We're just going to check that now again and see what comes up here. It's very difficult to see. Yeah, Team 2 by You, the mixed team, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén.
Yes.
They have a lead of 4 minutes and 43 seconds over Team Adeptic there.
Yes.
But I have to say, when over Ornö, over the 20-kilometre run there, it looked like Johan was struggling a little bit with that.
Okay.
But it may be that it's so close to the end that it doesn't make any difference whatsoever, you know? When you are out there, because how many times did you compete in this particular race?
I have competed as an amateur 4 times.
Okay.
Yes, and 3 times reached the finish line. I was sick 1 time, so I quit.
Okay, but when you get late in the race, I mean, the Ornö, the 20-kilometre run comes pretty late in what is a very, very tough race. How difficult is that? Or are you at the point mentally where you just don't care anymore? You're just going to keep going through the wall?
I think it's, if you're a good runner, it's a good chance to gain some time and take some positions. Mm-hmm. And also if you're strong in your head. Yeah. But if you're a little bit weak runner, it will be very hard. Especially if you look at the teams that will go up on Ornö, say at 4:30 or something like that, and try to reach the last cutoff. Yeah. It's very, very mental challenge. We're just watching here as the leading mixed team goes into the water. I think that's Ulrika and you going into the water, or Jonas going into the water there.
It is very, very tough. We have to remember that the vast majority of the athletes that set off at 6 o'clock this morning, the 240 athletes, are still out on the course. We've only had 4 finishers, 2 teams, so 236 athletes are still out there somewhere, 2 of whom we're watching now. I think they're making the last swim of the day over towards ÖTILLÖ, if I'm not mistaken. Anders might be able to help me there.
I think, I'm sorry, I think this is the swim from Ornö South.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
That's from Ornö South? Okay.
Yes, I think. Or maybe... No, this is to Långbäling.
Långbäling. They're swimming towards Långbäling.
This is the... after this, they have 3 swims.
No, they have 3 swims left, so they've quite a lot to do in the water.
Yes.
Tell me another thing. How difficult is it to navigate when you're in the water or when you're on land? Is it very easy to follow the course, or is it quite difficult?
On land, very, very easy, because there's a lot of markers out there. In the water, it can be difficult if it's a long swim, but right now they have this stroboscope, so it's just you see a flashing light all the time, and then you see a big yellow ÖTILLÖ, what do you say?
A sign or
signs,
yeah.
yes. But sometimes it can be difficult because when you're in the water, you're very low.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it can be difficult to see what's in front of you there. And then I don't suppose that not all the competitors are tied together. Is it very close, or is it very difficult to stay close to your teammate when you're in the water?
I think it depends on how often you have trained together.
Yeah.
If you go with a partner and you haven't swum together before, it's difficult. But if you train together as a team, it's easier.
I think we have, is this the 4th place men's team that's coming up here? We're just going to check, just arriving here on ÖTILLÖ. This looks like Team Actic is coming up here. Rasmus Enlund and Fredrik Haglund.
Yes, Team Actic 2012, they were on 4th place. So this is another 4th place again today. But I think it's a much better time this year.
It's a much better time this time around. How disappointing is it to come 4th at a race like this? You know, to be 1 step off the podium.
I don't know. I have never been there. But I know Marcus Hultgren, who was in 3rd place today. He was 4th last year and was very, very disappointed. And you see how happy he was when he was here. But I think maybe this team, I don't know. I think they're quite happy.
I'd say they look quite happy coming up the hill there.
A very, very good race.
Yeah. They're just coming up the hill here behind our commentary position. We have some cards here. Thank you very much indeed that we've been picked up. We have our 4th place team coming up here. Just coming up behind us is Rasmus Enlund and Fredrik Haglund. They're making their way around the last turn here. Again, you'll be able to hear the jubilation of the crowd as they turn the final corner. A lot of people running over with cameras and that to get involved, standing up on benches. They're just coming up the steps down here to my right. They're just going to sweep around here now and through the sponsors' banners, and then they'll be right in front of us here, crossing the finish line very, very soon. What tends to happen here is that the crowd sort of gathers behind us to watch them coming, and then they all sweep over towards the finish line. You can see them there coming into shot on the finish line camera here to cheer them across the line. We're looking at a time of about, it's just coming up towards 9 hours now. This will probably be inside 9 hours, which is a very, very creditable time indeed. 4th place for the team. Crossing the line. Big hugs for the 2 of them.
They look very happy.
They look very, very happy to have made 4th place here. That is indeed the case. Team Actic. Actic, of course, if I'm not mistaken, is a chain of gyms here in Sweden, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Then you have another team on ÖTILLÖ also, Strukturmark.
Yeah, we have Strukturmark are also on ÖTILLÖ, so they're going to be here at the finish line very, very soon indeed as well.
And Rasmus Rengstrand in Strukturmark, he was 3rd place last year, but his ordinary partner had an injury. So Nils Zetterström, good swimmer, took his place.
Yeah.
And Nils Zetterström is also the race director of one of Sweden's biggest swimrun races, Ångaloppet.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me, is there a big community of swim runners here in Sweden?
Yes, I think this year it has really exploded.
Okay. Why is that?
I think it's the, you know, the trend that's right now. You know, Ironman is the new marathon.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have done Ironman, you have to do something even more challenging, and then maybe ÖTILLÖ or Swimrun is something like that. And I also think Swimrun, it's more of an adventure and racing in the nature.
It's a beautiful setting, certainly for a race here in the Stockholm archipelago. We're looking at pictures now. I think that's 2QTRI, the second place team in the ladies' race. The last split time we have for them puts them 25 minutes behind the leaders, Puppy TS Mad, the mother and daughter combo of Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson. And they look to be hanging in there.
Yes, absolutely. These ladies hasn't raced ÖTILLÖ before, but I know that Jenny, I think, or Magdalena has done several Ironmans and also the extreme triathlon Norseman in Norway.
Okay.
So I think they're very used to this endurance.
So hold on a second, you're telling me that the Norwegians have something that could compare to this? As a Swede, I find that very unusual.
I didn't tell you that.
But they have well, they wouldn't say something similar. But if you were to pick anywhere in Europe, as we look at these fantastic pictures of the two girls in second place there, passing somebody out there. Somebody appears to have slowed down considerably there. If you were to look at what other cities or what other parts of the world do you think that Swimrun could work very well in?
Well, we had a race in Switzerland this year with the ÖTILLÖ organization, a qualifier to this race in the valley of Engadin, St. Moritz, and that was very, very good. I know that Mats and Micke says that it's important that it's a good place, good nature, something extra.
Yep.
So maybe if I just have to think free in my mind, maybe in Brasilia or something like that.
That would be nice.
That's not in Europe, but
yeah.
I know it's a race in Norway that will be, they will have one spot next year, I think, to ÖTILLÖ. It's called Rockman.
Mm-hmm.
That's very, very epic.
Yeah, it's an epic race.
Yeah, it's very,
if you can get scenery that's half as good as here in Stockholm, Stockholm's archipelago, you'll be doing very, very well indeed. We are moving on to...
Yeah, here is Team Struktur Mark.
Team Struktur Mark.
Rasmus on the right side.
Yeah. And are they on ÖTILLÖ now? I think they are indeed on ÖTILLÖ. They're coming towards our last fixed camera position here.
And remember that Nils Zetterström, the man to the left, he got a phone call from Rasmus, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
That is incredible. 3 or 4 weeks of training, and then all of a sudden he's running in ÖTILLÖ, the Swimrun World Championships race.
So I think he had a good level.
Yeah, I think his basic fitness was probably pretty good.
Very good, very good.
But it is incredible to be able to adapt to something like this without that much practice. And just about to secure a 5th place here in this race. They're going to be coming into sight any second now. They just come around this corner down here. There they are. You can hear the crowd. They're holding their hands over their heads and waving as they come around the corner there.
And I think they see this as a victory also.
I think 5th place is a victory.
Yes,
I think finishing the race at all for,
absolutely.
for many would be.
But Rasmus was 3rd last year, but with a new partner. And
tell me, when you get around this sort of final corner here, is it difficult to make your way up the last hill, the steps here, when you're finishing the race?
It's fantastic.
That's the best part.
Yes, and when you cross the finish line, I think doesn't matter if you're first or last team. It's something very, very special.
It's very, very special. I don't know if I'll be trying it anytime soon. But tell me as well, does it take long to recover from the exertion? 75 kilometres, 10 kilometres open water swimming, 65 kilometres trail running. It's very, very tough. I mean, would you be ready to do this again on Wednesday?
Maybe Daniel and Lelle can do it on Wednesday. But more normal amateur athletes.
Us mere mortals wouldn't be prepared for that then.
Then you can also think, okay, if you go and finish ÖTILLÖ, I think you're a quite good amateur anyway.
Yeah, there's a certain standard.
I think many people here has this as their last competition for the year.
Yeah.
Because the big Ironman competition in Sweden, Kalmar Triathlon, is in the middle of August.
Yeah.
And then some people do this, and then it's rest for 1 month or something.
Yeah. So after 2 weeks, 2 weeks after the Kalmar competition, you're pretty much ready to go again. Is that the way it
some
works?
people, Ante Antonov, third man.
Yeah.
He did Kalmar this year. Yes.
And I'm interested in that thing of course, Swimrun doesn't have the cycling element that Ironman has. Is cycling something that you're interested in personally, or would you rather not deal with the bike?
Me personally?
Yeah, you personally.
I don't ride a bike. Only to my work.
Only to work.
Yeah.
Here we go. Crossing the line in 5th place.
Yeah, you see, they're very, very happy.
They're delighted with themselves as they come arms around the shoulders, crossing the line.
Fantastic.
It is a huge achievement to leave Sandhamn at 6 o'clock in the morning and to cross the line. They're going to be a little bit outside the 9-hour mark, I'd say. Yeah, there will be a few minutes outside there, maybe 9:03, 9:04.
And remember, this time, I think it's, what do you say, 9:03, 9:04?
About 9:03, yes. 9:04, I'd say, yeah.
If they had done this time 2 years ago, they had been the winners.
They would have won the race 2 years ago, yeah. Actually, I think it's a little bit longer than that, but even at that, it would have been enough.
9.7 was the last.
So, I mean, that's been wiped out with 50-something minutes, 50-odd minutes now in the last couple of years. Can this development continue? Is it like when we stand here again this time next year, are we going to see somebody run the race in less than 8 hours if the conditions are like this?
I think so, yes. I think 8-hour limit will be broken sometimes. Sometime. Mick, I know Björn Englund. We talked before, and he said I think some team will do it sub 8 hours. I think Mikkel Emmel also thinks that. So a good team that really works good together, like Lelle and Daniel. Perfect conditions, and then I think you have to be really hungry to push the limits.
Of course.
Also. Yeah. So what was the time this year? 8:16?
8:16:12, I think it was. Yeah.
So 60 minutes, perfect conditions. Maybe you have some wind in your back, so you get fast swims. A little bit warmer maybe in the water, and maybe a little bit colder in the air.
Yeah.
So you don't have this. That you get overheated on land and very cold in the water. There
was a big fluctuation today between a lot of the swimmers said that there was a problem with the temperature of the water being what they felt was quite cool, and then the temperature on land being that much higher. You see most of them stripping off half the wetsuit as they're running along here.
This is pictures from Ona. It's a part, I think this is 13 or 14 Ks into the Ona run. And after this, they will have some more gravel roads and then get into a very hard off-trail section before entering the water.
It asks an awful lot of the athletes to have. You have this lovely sort of asphalt tarmac road here.
Yes.
And then they go into the hard part. At the very end is where the hard part really shows up. There we have a man cycling along, offering a bit of encouragement there, one would hope. Life goes on, of course, in Stockholm archipelago as the race continues. We've had 5 teams cross the line, so there's 230 athletes still out there. I'd say they're probably stiff and sore as they come in here. There's plenty of bananas lined up there. There's water, and of course there's champagne for the winners. There's a bar over there, of course, for anybody who wants that as well. Would you have any plans to compete again in this race?
Yes, maybe. But now you have to be very fast to maybe get top 20 or something. But I love this race, and I think I always be here in some way.
Yes.
And
there seems to be this spirit about it that people. They started with 11 teams a few years ago. It's now grown to 120 teams this year. But a lot of the people I've noticed seem to know one another very well.
Yes.
So they run into one another on this sort of extreme sports or endurance sports circuit. Would these people be people you'd run into several times a year?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, and I think this is some kind of in Stockholm. It's maybe you can say it's some kind of swimrun community, and I think it was a big step 2009. Then it was 58 teams, and people got to talk about ÖTILLÖ, and many of the teams that started 2009, they have been coming back, and then of course new teams. And this year I think there is 22 countries.
That's right, 22 countries represented.
And that's a very good development if you compare to the first year or something like that.
We're going to go to pictures from the last swim, I'm told. Does this look familiar to you, Anders? Do you know where this is?
Yes, this is Orne South.
Okay,
this
so this is the last swim in then.
So this is this is the 5th last swim.
Okay, so we're looking at, I think we saw Team Sandhamn there, are the 3rd team. They're in 3rd place in the women's competition. 40 minutes and 41 seconds after Puppy TS Mad, who are still in the lead, but looks like they're just going to move along there.
Team Sandhamn with Annika Åström and Sanna Dubrand. Annika Åström, she has won ÖTILLÖ 2 times. 1 time in mixed class and 1 in ladies class.
Very good.
Yes. She's very, very good, and she has also qualified for Ironman Hawaii Kona, second for her 2nd time.
And if you look at the sport of swimrun in general, how competitive is it? Because only one person could win.
Yes, I think ÖTILLÖ it's very, very hard to win.
I'm just hearing in my earpiece now that we have the ladies are coming into the water there as well. Is that right? Yeah, we seem to see the leaders there. Puppy TS Mad coming down into the water by the looks of things. We'll see now who it is comes out of the forest there.
Yes, first you see Bibben, the daughter, and behind her is her mother, Lotta.
There we go.
And Bibben is only 22 years.
22 years old, yeah.
And she competed in ÖTILLÖ, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, and she won the mixed class.
When she was just 18, is that correct?
Yes. And they are also the current world champions. They won last year.
And you can see they start off with a very disciplined swimming stroke. It was very coordinated there in the beginning.
And they're very good swimmers. They're very good swimmers.
They're looking very, very stable there in the water, right enough.
I think it's so cool that it's mother and daughter.
It really is incredible when you think about it, that the two were able to...
We had a team some years ago in the mixed class. Annie Thorén, and I think her father's name is Micke Thorén. They won ÖTILLÖ, father and daughter.
In the mixed class?
Yes.
Well, that's excellent. Yes. But they don't seem to be. They seem to be aware of their lead. Their lead was whopping there a while ago. 25 minutes and 37 seconds there a little while back. So they have plenty of time here. They don't really need to rush, unless of course they're racing the clock. Unless their goal is to do it within a specific time. But we're going to switch to Orne, where we can see Team Sandhamn as they make their way towards. That's Team Sandhamn there. Yeah, Sanna Duvebrant and Annika Åström.
Annika to the right and Sanna to the left.
And they're making their way down towards...
You really have to push hard here. Because if you stay and walk, you will walk the whole way.
Yeah, there seems to be... the leaders that we've seen so far on this portion of the course, they've walked for maybe 10 or 12 seconds, and then they just got straight into it again. Enough time to maybe take a drink or something to eat, and then just go straight into it again. We've seen also that there's been a little bit of, when people are coming down the hills here, that kind of thing, they're finding it a little bit hard to control themselves. The tiredness in the legs kicks in. The lactic acid, it makes it that little bit more difficult. But they seem to be doing very, very well here.
You can see there is 3 disciplines in swimrun. It's running, swimming, and then get into and out of the water.
And that seems to be very, very difficult indeed. It was very, very slippery in certain places.
You can see on the top teams that they're very fast into the water and out of the water.
And how much time would you say you save by picking the right spot to get out and just going for it? There seems to be a lot of... The technique of it seems to be very...
Yes, many seconds, I think. And also that you have all your equipment ready when you enter the water and don't stand still at the beach side and trying to get your cap on or swim goggles. The top teams are, when they entering the water, they have everything ready, so they just run down. This looking good, you see? Good pace.
She seems to be offering a drink of water to the camera crew. That's very kind of her indeed. That's there's a prize in Sweden called Stora Journalistpriset. It's usually given for journalism, but for looking after journalists is also good. I think we might nominate her there as well. Yes. It's a very kind gesture altogether.
I know Sanna is a good runner.
She seems to be very, very comfortable there. She's joking around with the camera crew and that.
And this team, sorry. Yes.
No, I was just going to ask you, if we go back to the technical aspect of it, in terms of the equipment that you bring with you and how you use it, again, there's an awful lot of time to be saved there. Can you put on your swim cap whilst you're running, or put on your hand paddles whilst you're running? And is that the kind of thing that gets done out on the course by the better teams?
Yes, if you look at them, they do it, absolutely. So when you know, okay, now we have some meters left here, try to get the cap on and the swim goggles on.
And we're just checking the situation now. We shouldn't be too far away from having a mixed team. I don't know how long it's going to take them to get from Långbälling to the finish line, but it shouldn't be too long. The difference between the two mixed teams, teams 2XU mix and team Adeptix, is about 5 minutes and 40 seconds between the two at the moment. We will be expecting to see them soon, but it looks like a team 2XU, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Edén, pretty much have the thing sewn up.
Yes, they won Öloppet this year. It's the biggest swimrun race on the Swedish west coast. And Adeptic, the chasing team, they were on the runners-up last year here at ÖTILLÖ.
It looks like they're going to be runners-up again in 2014 maybe. At the ÖTILLÖ World Championship swimrun race. The leading ladies are coming up out of the water now onto the cliffs, we're hearing. We're just wondering if we'll see if we can try to find some pictures of that. It was a reasonably quick swim across there by the mother and daughter combination. They should be there anytime right about now. Puppy Tiasmad, they are up out of the water. They're 9 hours, 10 minutes and 57 seconds into their race. Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson, they are out of the water, the mother and daughter team. That's not who we're seeing in the picture right now. They should be there any second now. They should be passing within range of our cameras out there on the boat. That's some guys from the men's class, of course, which has already been decided. Team Milebreaker Uppetov, Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson destroying the previous world record of 8 hours and 35 minutes to come in 8:16.
This is pictures from the island of Kulbälling. It's the island after Ornö.
Okay, and I think we're hearing that the ladies team is just making its way there from Kulbälling. They're just coming down and into the water now. Yeah, there we go.
Yes,
we see them coming through the trees there. There's Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson just making their way towards the water. Is there 2 swims left after this, Anders? Is that correct?
It's a 4 swims.
Four swims?
Yes, 4 swims.
It's a hard day's work.
Yes.
Between these islands.
They have a 350-meter swim after this island.
350 meters, and we can see it's getting a little bit tough underfoot there.
The last islands, they are very technical. So I think when Daniel and Lelle was there, the winners today, they raced very, very hard. Of course, they're good in the trails and on the rocks.
They kept the pace up.
Yes.
Is there a huge difference between these are the defending champions from last year, right? Between them and the rest of the field, so to speak, like the first or the best ranked women's team and say the third or fourth ranked women's team. Is there a big difference?
I think it's quite a difference. There were another ladies team here, but they had to abandon the race, and I think they had if they had been. I think Maria in that team, she was sick.
Yeah.
Annika told me, the other lady in the team. If they had been in good shape and not sick, they had been chasing the puppeteers. Absolutely.
They would have been close enough. Yeah.
Yes.
It's it really is incredible the margin of victory at the moment. At the moment, they are the only ones to have made it to this point in the race. And if we go back to the previous time differences, they were 25 minutes ahead of second place and 40 minutes and 41 seconds ahead of third place. So they really are walking away with this particular competition. And I have to say, when they were being interviewed yesterday, they were very, very modest. Bibben was saying, oh, you know, I just want to finish the race. And here she is, 40 minutes ahead of third place. It's an incredible performance again.
Bibben just qualified for Kona for the second time.
Yeah.
So
At just 22 years old,
Yes.
already a very experienced endurance
Yes.
athlete.
And they don't talk so much. They run and swim. And
Yeah, they just need to get in there.
Yes.
I think Us actually tried to stop them at one point. They were just going, no, we're fine. We're just going to get in the water and go now, you know, which is...
Next team on Ute.
We have a team coming up on Ute towards the finish position here. We're going to see who the team is that is coming towards us here. They're just coming towards our last fixed camera position. That would be... Is it Structure Mark?
No, I think it's the first international team, Clapham Chasers.
It's the Clapham
number
Chasers.
34.
We'd like to extend a special welcome to our viewers here in Australia and to our viewers in Great Britain. Hamish Cropper of Australia, Alan Scott of Great Britain, the Clapham Chasers on their way in here in 6th position. Our first international team to cross the line. Or our first truly international team to cross the line, as we've had a Swede on pretty much every team since
and
since we started.
Paul in head swimming is from Canada, so but he lives in Sweden.
And then we have Elliot Chaliford and Andy Blow are not too far away either. We have a few more of them coming around. They're coming around the corner now. They're just coming around the corner up until the last straight here. There's a real party atmosphere going on here at Ute as the finishers start to arrive. The Votwo.co.uk team, Elliot Chaliford and Andy Blow. And it's very, very close here. There's going to be something of a sprint between them, Team Aptum, Olaf Hegström and Johan Larsson, and Team Ryska Posten, Kalle Tholén and Rickard Olsson. So there's 3 teams within 3 seconds of one another. So we might have a little bit of excitement here as the 3 of them make their way towards the finish line. Very, very soon, we're going to have the 6th place team, the Clapham Chasers, coming across the finish line here. We can hear the applause from the crowd here. They're just coming up towards the last hairpin bend here, and then we'll have something of a sprint finish for the last 3 places in the top 10. We can go to back to. We're going to go back to the camera. Make some minor adjustments here as we go. So that is Hamish Cropper and Alan Scott just about to come towards the finishing gate here.
So it's Hamish Cropper from, is it Australia?
He's from Australia. And Alan Scott of Great Britain just on the way in now. A very creditable 6th place. A little bit outside the 9 hours, but I'm sure they'll be very, very pleased either way. The crowd applauding them as they come across the line there. They're coming just around the final corner now. I think they took a little bit of a walk there when they disappeared behind the bushes for a second, conserving the last of the energy now for the spurt up the hill in front of the welcoming, applauding crowd. Here they come across the finishing line. In 6th place, we're just waiting for their final time to pop up. Our first international team. Big hugs there from race director Mika Lemel. There we go, our 6th place team coming in. It's going to be a little bit of excitement now, as I say, as the last places in the top 10 are decided. It's going to be very, very interesting. 3 of them coming on to Ute for the last time, and they are within about 7 minutes of one another. Or 7 minutes, they're within 3 seconds of one another. That's great. We're also being passed some refreshments here. Now I think we are going back over to...
This is at Nature Runner's World.
Petter is struggling with his knee.
With Jojje Borssén and Petter Askegren.
Petter is doing his best here. He's taken a couple of steps walking now. Incredible that he's made it this far with a knee injury.
He's a great athlete. And I think their plan here is to do the ultra thing. You walk for some time, run, walk.
And just get there whichever way you can.
Yes.
But they seem to have made all the cut-offs, and they're a good bit along the course. They have plenty of time to make it.
And he can walk. He will make it. He will make it.
Okay, we're looking at the leaders in the ladies' competition again. We're just trying to work out exactly where they are on the map at the moment. They should be not very, very close to the end, but are they at Långmälling? Or
Yes, they have entered the swim from kulbärling to långbärling. So they will get up on långbärling for a 2K run, and then they will enter the third last swim.
Okay, and then they'll be close enough to us then. So they're looking at a finish time. How far away would you say that they are from finishing the race?
I think they will be here around 4.
Around 4 o'clock.
Yes,
that is about 40 minutes away.
Yes.
It will be a very, very good time indeed.
Yes.
Coming in at about 10 hours there. I can't remember off the top of my head the women's record for this particular race. Can you remember where that is?
10:36.
10:36.
No,
so
10:53.
10:53.
Yes,
so
I think something like that.
They should smash that record.
Yes,
by the looks
their
of
own
things as well.
record.
It's their own record,
Yes.
and they're going to absolutely
Yes.
destroy it today by the sound of things.
I think maybe 40 minutes was a little bit too much. I think maybe 1 hour.
Maybe 1 hour
is more right.
That's
because they have 5Ks of running and
yeah,
about 500 meters of swim. And this run, they will get up on here. The 2K run is very technical.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of obstacles in the way there. We can see that they're taking it pretty easy, the water there. They're not tearing through the water by any stretch, but I suppose they don't need to when they have such a big lead there. That's beautiful scenery there as the sun shines over the Swedish archipelago here in Stockholm. And they're just making their way through the water there. We can see there's quite a strong current there going across them, so they're having to battle that a little bit as well. Ahead of us here in the finish area, I can see race director Michael Lemel very happy with himself by the looks of things. I think there's going to be some great headlines in the newspapers around the world when they see the record being broken by so much.
Yes.
And certainly in the endurance sports community, this is going to be the big story of the week. So, in terms of your own personal challenges, have you decided what the next race is?
Yes, maybe next year. I have been doing some kayaking. This year I did a lot 10-15 years ago, so maybe I go for some of the long distance paddle races next year.
That sounds good. A little bit later. Me, I got to race home and I got to sit on my couch from now until Christmas. That's pretty much what I got to do. Just to recap, ladies and gentlemen, we have had an absolutely fantastic day's racing. It started here at 6 o'clock in the morning. The new world champions, Team Milebreaker Uppetov, Lelimel Moberg and Daniel Hansen, came in a new record time of 8 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds. Shortly after them, in a time of 8:24.05, was the defending champions, Team Head Swimming, Björn England and Paul Krochak from Canada. In third place, B Quick Red of Easting, Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren, also Sweden. They came in a time of 8:42.11. We've been here broadcasting live pretty much since 6 o'clock this morning. And we're going to show you what it looked like as the race took place from Sandhamn at 6 a.m. when the sun rose over the Swedish archipelago in Stockholm.
And we have the start. They're all looking really excited, just pulling through.
So basically you'll see as they make their way to the end of this first short run, they'll be hitting the water for the very first time. This is the first big shock of the day. They hit the water, it's very, very cold. They've only been up for about an hour or 2 hours or so. You warm up at the very beginning, but then when standing on the starting line, you tend to cool down a little bit as well. So we're not too far off hitting the water for the first time. It's the first big shock of the day, as I say. As you can see, it looks very, very pleasant here as they set out towards the first swim here, running through a little bit of forest now. And as we can see from the pictures from the boat here, the first swimmers are now in the water and making their way. You can see behind them there as the rest of the competitors stream down towards the water's edge. This is where it gets really tough. The first couple of strokes in the water, trying to get ready for the, trying to prepare and to adjust oneself now.
They have actually been a lot off course when they started swimming. That's one of the hardest things doing a long open water swim, is to actually locate where you're gonna go up. But if you spot far off in the background, you can see a Torén and Jesper Svensson. It could be them. They are very strong swimmers.
There are 9 energy stations, as they're called, throughout the course.
Up from the water, 1.6K close behind, so. And And now when we have started the day the best way we can.
See that they're coming in land now. They're just running across the stones here. And they will be coming to the first energy station as they go along here. This is the first chance they've had.
Number 2, mile breaker öppet hav with Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg.
It's a great day and the weather is a bit too good. No winds, but otherwise with the sun and everything, it's going to be a great race.
And Paul, team 1, and they're actually taking some fluid, and they pulled away from the other team. First, good job. Are you feeling good? Yeah, very nice. Nice weather.
Perfect.
Everything good?
Yeah, everything good.
How's the knee?
No, it's not good. It's a mental battle right now between me and my knee. But I will most definitely win.
Well, we're cheering you on.
Yeah, my knee can go to hell right now.
Okay, so we'll see if that was a smart decision or not later on.
It doesn't deserve to be on me.
And just as we leave, Petter, we have just seen Team Enevit Sweden just come across the finish line there. Of course, they were the early leaders in the race. They took off at the first swim. We're just waiting on their time to come up. They finished in 7th place there. Very, very pleased with themselves. They just got their finisher's medal. We're just waiting to see where they finished up as Mike Thorén and Jesper Svensson. They really took off from the first swim from Sandhamn. They really made up time. As Åsa was saying earlier on, they stayed in the water when others chose to run across the rocks. They decided to stay in the water and they really, really went for it. They built up quite a lead, but unfortunately the pace of the other 3 or 4 teams around them was that little bit too high, so they were forced out down to 7th place. But again, a very, very creditable time. We're just going to see if we can get their final time to come up here now. It's around about 9.5 hours, I would wager, is what they came in at. They're stripping off the wetsuits already. It can't be too pleasant to have been in that from about 6, probably 4 o'clock this morning when they got up was when they got ready to go. They're breathing out. There's some heavy breathing now, some hands on knees happening as one would expect after 75 kilometers. Their time ended up at 9 hours, 31 minutes and 16 seconds. Still an absolutely excellent time, and they've really, really battled their way through the course completely there. There's a bit of a sprint going on here just behind me. The last, let me see, places at number 8, 9 and 10. When they entered ÖTILLÖ there was about a gap of about 7 seconds between the whole lot of them. So they're just about to make their way up now. And it's one international team there. We have Juha Lindfors of Finland, Armin Hummel of Germany in one team. And then we have Kalle Thorén and Rickard Olsson, Team Ryska Posten. And SAF, FMV, AMF1, looks like a military team to me. Richard Nilsson and Per Borg, both of Sweden. So there's about 7 seconds separating them as they make their way up the last stretch here. And the one thing you'll find with athletes who enjoy endurance sports is that they're very, very friendly, but they're also the most competitive people you would ever meet. Because if they didn't know how to compete, there's no way they could beat the elements, nature, or their other fellow competitors. They're on their way up the hill now and just expecting to hear them turn around the final hairpin bend here behind me. There's quite a few people out there to see them. They have a few fans here in the audience. Of course, 4 Swedes out of the 6 guys coming around the corner here. They're not as tight together as you might expect. And they're taking a little bit easy now, the last 2. So there seems to be a little bit of a gap has opened up between them since they got to ÖTILLÖ. So they're not all that worried about where they're going to finish up there. We have our final fixed camera position now. There's one team running in there. I'm trying to see the bib number on this particular team. There's a team number 18 we have there. That is Team Ryska Posten, Kalle Thorén and Rickard Olsson. They're just coming towards the last one. Team 43, Votwo.co.uk, just approaching the finish line here, just coming around the very last bend, curling up towards us here. If we go to our finish line camera, I know they have some supporters watching in Great Britain. I know they've been waiting a long time for this moment, about 9 hours and 35 minutes at this stage, I'd say. But they're just about to see their British boys cross the finish line in a very, very creditable 8th place. Here we go. Huge round of applause for the Brits as they cross the line there. Elliot Chalafour and Andy Blow, Great Britain there crossing the line. Both looking very, very tired. I'm sure they'll be delighted to receive their participants' medals here from the race officials. I have to say, I'm quite amazed. I have Anders back beside me here. I'm quite amazed to see the big smiles of joy as people cross the line here. Or maybe I'm not really. It's more a sense of relief than anything else when you cross the line, Anders. Is that right?
Yeah. It's a fantastic feeling. You have been, you know, you get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Everything is dark and maybe you're a little bit nervous. And then you eat breakfast and get your equipment on and you get outside. Maybe it's a little bit cold. And then you start the race with the long swim and it's cold. And then you just go on and on and on. And then you're coming to Ute and all your friends and all the other races and stuff. And then crossing the finish line.
This is the payoff right here.
Yes.
Just trying to see which team is coming up there. Is it team number 18? It looks to me like it's Team Ryska Posten. Kalle Torlén and Rickard Olsen, who are on the way up there. They're hidden a little bit from view there. I didn't have a chance to turn around and see who they were. But they look like securing, I think it might be 9th place they're in by now, is it? Yeah, they'll be securing 9th place very, very shortly. They're just turning the final corner now as they make their way in to the finish line. And they are delighted. A top 10 finish for Team Ryska Posten. So the sprint finish for the last top 10 places never really materialized, but it was still very, very exciting to see them cross the line. Quite delighted with themselves.
And we have another team here.
Not far behind them, team number 49. Is that Team Aptum that are coming up now? Olof Hegström and Johan Larsson. They're just touring the final bit. Just a few seconds after the 9th place team crossed the line.
And I think these guys did ÖTILLÖ last year, and I think they finished around 7th or 8th place.
They finished around 7th or 8th. Very, very consistent performances so far. I hope they're pleased with whatever they managed to get. There's bibs hanging off, there are swimsuits open. It's getting really, really warm out there now as the sun starts to bake down on this lovely September day here in the Stockholm archipelago. They're across the line now. Hugs of relief now as they come across the line from race director Lamel. There we go. So we have 10 teams that have crossed the line now. So 20 of the athletes have come in now. 220 to go. None of the mixed teams, none of the women's teams yet. We're just a little bit behind in the official statistics, so we don't have a time for the team that just came in yet.
And it's still sub 10 hours.
Yeah, and it's still sub 10 hours. It really is amazing the performances that are being put in here, despite the really, really quick time to begin with. But we have a little bit of mechanics being done here, a little bit of a pit stop happening here with the shoes. Is that because you're not capable of bending down to take off your own shoes when you're done?
I think you have to cut it off, the transponder.
Yeah. Oh, this is the is this the sensor that we use to follow the timings?
Yes.
Yeah, very good. So that has to be cut off then.
There's no knife in the mandatory equipment.
No, there's no knife in the mandatory equipment.
I'm sure some team in the ÖTILLÖ history has surely brought the knife, I think.
They have to.
In the beginning of the ÖTILLÖ races, there was a lot of equipment, and then it just has been less and less and less.
Yeah. Well, now it's getting to the point where we're back to watching the open water swimming. This looks like a mixed team here.
Yes,
it looks like Johan has lost his swimming cap.
Yes, this is Team Adeptic with Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, and you see they really push. Last year's runners-up, I don't know, maybe they were
4:43 behind. I'm just going to check. Now they're getting at 5:41, so they've got a little bit more behind.
Yes,
Just
I think they will push
behind.
so hard they can. They haven't given up the first place.
It looks like Björn
just
has
look
lost
at them.
his
They're
hat
just
there.
running.
We have team Two by you are on ÖTILLÖ North right now. They arrived here in a time of 9 hours 33:35, so they should be with us in the near future as well.
Yes, now you see, okay.
And we have Adeptic who just arrived as well there. 6:46 behind, so they probably won't be making up that ground anytime soon. But it's certainly good times from the mixed teams as well.
Yes, and the course record for mixed team is 10 hours 33 minutes from last year.
So that's going to be crushed as well today. There are some incredible. There's records falling left, right, and centre. So it seems to be the pace of the race. Everybody seems to have been brought along in this on this tide. I've just seen a man walking past there with a Team Riska Posten fan club. There's actually quite a few of them around.
Fantastic.
Actually, very proud to see their team arrive in there in 9th place. The two boys haven't moved far from the finish line. It has to be said, they're very, very tired.
And we see the back of Swedish Armed Forces team with Per Berg. He was second in ÖTILLÖ some years ago.
And was that a team that you raced with before?
No.
You have a background in the armed forces as well.
Yes, I have, but I haven't raced for the armed forces.
You might force yourself, force your way onto the armed races team there next year. It's lovely weather here. It's amazing to see the differences in the equipment. I'm looking at some of the wetsuits that were made by event sponsor Head. They're pretty much tailored for Swimrun. Some of them are basically old-fashioned wetsuits that are cut off and that kind of thing. So people have their own way of solving the equipment issue, so to speak.
Yes.
Is there? I don't think I've seen anybody wearing a sort of an ankle-length wetsuit at all. Is there a reason for that? It's too difficult to run.
It's difficult to run, and it's also very hot. So you take you freeze a little bit more, but it's much more easier to run, and you don't get overheated.
You don't get overheated. That's the thing, I suppose. When the majority of the time is spent outside the water.
Yes.
You know, it's only
And this year also we can see the new Head Swimrun suit that is made for Swimrun.
Yep.
Before everybody has used triathlon suits.
Yep.
So, okay, we have a new team. And we also see some teams in the water here. I think this is the swim from Ornö South or from Kulbäling, I think.
There we go. We had just here, as we're looking at these fantastic pictures of the swimmers in the open water there, we have a team on the way towards the goal area, or the finish area, should I say. Team number 54. And they seem to take a bit of a wrong turn on the way here. That's the military team. Surprising that the military team would take the wrong way. They ran on a little bit and had to be called back by the crowd. That's Rickard Nielsen and, is it Rickard Nielsen and Per Berg are taking part on behalf of the Swedish military team. So they ran, the crowd called them back. So they managed to run an extra few meters there that they probably won't get any credit for when the scores are posted later on. They're just about to come around the corner now and cross the finish line to rapturous applause.
And this is 11th team.
I think they come in 11th place, that's correct, yeah.
Very, very good.
They're quite delighted with themselves. Displaying a little bit of military reserve there. I think they'd rather a salute than a hug from Mick Gillimel, but they're working away on that. That's it. They've received their participants' medals now. We're going back to the northern side of ÖTILLÖ. I think we have a camera there.
And as you know, we are waiting for the first mixed team arriving here at the finish line.
Yep.
And they will break the world record.
There will be, I think there may very well be, it might be unique today. There'll be 3 world records that will fall in the space of an hour or two.
Yes.
It's most amazing.
I think they will go sub 10 hours.
Sub 10 hours,
yes.
Yeah. They've got 27 minutes to do it.
Yes.
We have 27 minutes to get 3 sub 10 hour winners in here. Now that's, we're looking at, I think that's a men's team there in the water from what I can see. It's very hard to see, to make out when they're wearing their bibs in the water. Unfortunately, we can't often see the bib numbers.
And these guys swim without arms, you see. I think it's cold.
Yeah. Oh, there's no arms in the wetsuit, of course. And then the other interesting thing is that they swim with the float, but they don't kick with their legs at all.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, is that to conserve energy, or is it just because the shoes get too heavy?
The shoes are heavy, and when you have the pull buoy, it's a little bit harder to kick. And then you have also to think about that you have 65 k's of running.
Exactly, yeah.
On your legs.
Yeah, it's not like your legs get away with
yes.
it. Could I ask you, what kind of shoes do you wear? Do you just buy regular jogging shoes somewhere and that's what you wear in the water?
I think in the beginning of ÖTILLÖ, many people were ordinary running shoes, but now I think most of the people use very, very light trail shoes or racing shoes. So the important thing is that they don't get too heavy in water.
They don't got to get too heavy in the water, of course. Any bit of weight that you're carrying is going to take you energy. Is that Team 58 we see running towards us there?
Yes, it's I think,
the
Baltic Sea Action Group.
That's quite incredible. They were up there reasonably high early on, but they kind of fell away there throughout the latter part of the course.
Yes, I know that Juha from Finland, one of the guys in the team, he's a former national champion, Finnish national champion in long distance swimming. So I think they were quite high up in the list in the beginning, because it's a lot of swims in the beginning.
The emphasis is on the swimming early on, yeah. That's,
and I know Juha raced last year here.
He raced last year, yeah. Seemed to do very, very well there early on, but unfortunately the running kind of did from this time around. We're looking at a lady running in the opposite direction here. I think we might have a willing participant for next year.
Yeah.
If she lives here on this island, it's the perfect place to practice. She can. She's probably making her way back to Sandhamn, as was the original challenge there 10 years ago when this all started out. But instead of talking about what happened 10 years ago, where does this go from here? Can this race get any bigger? Could we take any more competitors than the 240 that started out this morning?
I think Micke Mats says that 120 is the maximum, 120 teams, because of the nature, and also because of that every team has, all the teams, all the participants has to have the same what do you say, förutsättningar?
The same possibilities, the same conditions, kind of thing, yeah.
So maybe it's you can't have one team sleeping in a tent and another in the hotel room at Sandhamn.
I see.
So I think 120 teams is.
I think they should put everybody in the tents and just give you and me the 5-star suites in the hotel Sandhamn. So what will presumably happen then is that there'll be more sort of qualifying tournaments, maybe here and around the country. But why is it so popular just among Swedes? Is that because it hasn't had time to catch on with the international community yet, or is it something that the international endurance community is looking forward to, so to speak?
I think next year it will be bigger international. I think because this year ÖTILLÖ has one qualifier, Engadin Swimrun, but also Xterra, the Ironman trail version, or the trail version of Ironman, Xterra. They had a swim run this year in Norway, and maybe they will do more.
We're looking at pictures now as the first, I think this is the first mixed team. Team 2 by you are making their way towards our final fixed camera position here, which means that they are very, very close to coming into the finish line area. We're looking at who's possibly the new world champions coming through there. It's Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén.
Yes, Team 2 times you, and they are the current champions of Öloppet, also a big race, the west coast of Sweden.
Yeah, Team 58 there, just crossing the line. The Baltic Sea Action Group have just finished up, but we'll stick with the action from ÖTILLÖ out on the road. Team 2 times you. They look like they're slowing down a little bit. Jonas looks a little bit tired there. We'll try to grab him for an interview when we get him across the line here, but I don't think he'll mind in about 10-15 minutes time when he's crowned world champion.
I think it's the first time for both of them racing ÖTILLÖ. So
it's the first time.
Yes,
what an incredible performance. And they're going to be here in under 10 hours. They're going to beat the 10-hour margin by quite some distance. We get the odd groan in the background there from competitors as they finish the race. As soon as they come in here to us, usually they have to take a seat somewhere. and one of the race officials comes to them to take back the little electronic tag which is used to time their race all the way round. That stays on their foot. Obviously it's waterproof because they have to swim through the water with it, but it's straight away it's reclaimed, so nobody gets to keep that as a souvenir. If you want to get it again, you got to come back here again next year. We're just expecting them to come out of the forest down here to the right anytime now. The first mixed team out, team 2 by you, or 2 times you. They'll be out there. We want to encourage them. They will be the winners of that particular category. 6 minutes and 46 seconds ahead of Team Adeptic when they landed on Ute. So they've got quite a good lead. I don't think there's any chance of Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner catching up with them at all. So they'll be in here very, very soon. The gold and silver medal winners in the mixed class. We've still to see, I'm just going to check and see if we're right, that none of the women's teams have made it onto Ute just yet. We'll be seeing very, very soon. Hopefully the women's teams will be making it on there as well.
This will be the first time we have a lady under 10 hours.
The first woman under 10 hours,
yes.
This is Ulrika Eriksson, the first woman under 10 hours, is about to make it up the hill there. And she's going to do it with some margin. She's going to have about 10 or 12 minutes to spare.
Yes.
As long as she doesn't take her time getting up the hill here behind us, I have to say. I'm hearing that we have one of the ladies' teams, I'm presuming it's the winners, that aren't too far away. Well, we'll stick with Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén, who are just about to be crowned world champions at the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championships. They're just about to come around the final corner here and up towards the finish line. They have been struggling for the last, almost since about 5-10 kilometers to go there. They look like they've been struggling, but instead they've actually increased their lead. Coming around the corner now. The first woman under 10 hours, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén, win the mixed class. The new world champions just crossed the line. Shrieks of joy there. Another world record has fallen. They're falling like 9 pins here today. Incredible conditions, incredible pace in the race. We're just waiting on official confirmation of the time here.
Last record was, or the old record was 10 hours, 33 minutes, 48 seconds. So this is almost 1 hour.
That record has been knocked out of the park completely. Thanks in no small part to Ulrika Eriksson. We're going to grab them and have a quick chat with them now as well, as soon as we get them through there and we have the formality of taking off the timing devices. We're going to keep an eye on what's happening on the course as well, just as we wait for the newly crowned world champions Ulrika and Jonas, who are going to come over and say hello.
I think we will have the runners-up, Team Adeptic, also under 10 hours.
They will also be under 10 hours.
Yes.
They won't be too far away either. It's a tremendous performance, and then probably, it may not happen this year, but certainly by next year we would expect one of the ladies' teams or the women's teams to be going under 10 hours as well. As the official photographs being taken here, as we cut back. We're just watching pictures here now. Can't see what team that is that's making its way across there. They're just making their way onto Ute. We'll just bring Ulrika and Jonas in. Jonas doesn't look like he has a breath left to talk to me, but we're going to make him do it anyway. If you can bring the camera back to the studio. Jonas, Ulrika, congratulations. Step into the picture there. How does it feel?
It's awesome. It's so good.
Ulrika?
Yeah, this weather and the condition in water, and it was a happy day.
It has to be said, it's an even bigger triumph from you because you're the first woman ever to come in under 10 hours in ÖTILLÖ. Was that part of the goal when you got up at 4 o'clock this morning?
No, not at all. This day has gone so good, so we just did our race and it works very well.
And tell me, were you struggling out there towards the end? It looked like it was a little bit tough and she looked like she was driving you on there, especially at Ornau, the 20-kilometer race there towards the end.
Yeah, that was hard. It was really hard. She's really good when it's flat running. I tend to like the terrain more, but yeah, we were struggling. But then we saw the other teams and we got new energy because we knew we were doing very good.
Yeah. How aware were you of the situation in the competition? Did you know what sort of a lead you had when you got to Utö and the other places?
Not to Utö, but we had contact with it was two mixed teams that we struggled with. Almost all day. But when the 21 kilometer running, we did a little push and we got how to say?
You got the advantage you needed. Yeah, you got a little gap there that you could run into.
Yeah, a little gap. So
tell me, does anything ever get said when you go past another team out there? Do you ever sort of look at somebody and go, "I got you now. I got to go on there"? Or is there anything?
No, not at all.
There's none of that.
No, I felt really sorry for the girl who was struggling with her knee. They were in the lead and then they just stopped, and it's like, poor you, because we know it's a fight for everybody out there.
It's a long way to go.
Yeah.
And could I ask you how you're going to celebrate this triumph now? World Champions Swimrun ÖTILLÖ 2014?
Yeah, I've heard of this ÖTILLÖ beer that we're going to have. So
it's right over there. Yeah. It's right over there.
And a nice shower.
A nice shower as well.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you both.
Yeah,
well done. First woman under 10 hours. We'll see you back here to defend your title next year.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. There we go. Team 2XU, 9 hours, 52 minutes and 11 seconds was their time. The world champions for 2014. Absolutely incredible. Ulrika again, the first woman to run under 10 hours in this race. We have the second mixed team who aren't too far away now. We're just going to check to see where Team Adeptic are. Team Adeptic, they're not too far behind. 6 minutes and 40 seconds behind. Apparently they're just around the corner. Yeah, they're just breaking out of the forest now.
We see them
so they've actually made up quite a lot of time over the last run there since they arrived at Utö. So we're going to see them coming up the hill now very, very soon. The spectators are waiting to see them come into shot there now, so they'll be there very, very soon indeed. It's going to be another very, very quick team, quick time, pardon me. The second mixed team coming in. It was an extremely good competition today in terms of all the way. There was 3 teams. One team had to pack in because of injury and that kind of thing, but it was probably the most exciting competition we've had.
And Björn and Marika last year, they were runners-up also. And they did 10:36.46.
10:36.46.
So they will have a new personal record. And they will go under 10 hours?
Easily under 10 hours, yeah. And they're going to beat this.
Fantastic. So maybe Marika and Ulrika should compete next year in women's class to break the 10-hour.
If they could keep up the pace that they've had this year, maybe we could get 2 women under 10 hours. To say the finishing time for Team 2XU was 9:52.11. So we're looking at Team Adeptic definitely getting in as they come around.
No, he runs
the corner there.
Yes, there he is.
They're just coming through there. They're definitely going to be under 10 hours one way or the other. They've just come around the final hairpin bend there behind us. They're just going to come sweeping up here to my right and then around the final bend here. It really is tough, the last few steps up there. I've seen a few people struggle there. There's a sort of a big bush off to the right here. I think people tend to collect themselves as they come by that bush. They take a deep breath and they make the last sprint then for the line, so it looks good for the cameras as they cross the line. But they are delighted to get there. There's a huge sense of joy and relief as they cross the line there. And I'd say there'll be more than one ÖTILLÖ beer sold at the bar now this evening. We're just looking very carefully. Team Brasserie Godot are in 3rd position. They came on to the island 49 minutes and 50 seconds behind the leaders. But now we're only interested in the second place team. A big round of applause going up as they come across the line to finish in second place. Björn and Marika for the 2nd year in a row, a 2nd silver medal.
Fantastic.
We're going to grab them as soon as we can and have a little chat with them. Race director Mika Lemel covering Marika there. She seems to be completely emptied. That's nice to see Ulrika there as well, congratulating them as well. It's a very, very sporting gesture altogether to be out there. 1st and 2nd place, congratulating one another on a fantastic race. We have another team, we have another men's team making their way up there. Team number 79, we have Team BB Rockets, the French team of Benjamin Soueli and Boris Tomaszewski. We're going to grab our second place team for an interview if we can get hold of them at all. But of course there's always some photographs to be taken for the press beforehand. The paparazzi get in there before we do. We're just looking, Marika has been asked to do an interview now and she looks like this is the last thing in the world that she wants to do, so we'll make it quick.
Yes.
They're just taking off the timing devices now, and they've been tied together for the last 10 hours or so. So they're just taking that off now. So, and if we go quickly to...
now they're ready for interview.
Okay, we have our French male contenders crossing the line. You're still tied to them. Okay, you can go ahead with the finish zone there and just say hello. Marika, you can just catch your breath there and we'll talk to you in 1 second. We're just covering our French friends here crossing the line there. The BB Rockets team, Benjamin Swilly and Boris Tomaszewski just coming across the line there. We might just grab Bjorn here. Bjorn, can we grab you back here for 1 second there? It seems Marika seems to be suffering with some sort of an injury there. Did she hurt herself on the last while, or is she just completely worn out?
Well, I think it's very, very tired. She did a great job today, because I was a total disaster. I totally burned out. I had nothing. I was thinking about giving up. And Marika just said, go, go. And she took the lead, and she was amazing.
It seems to have been a tremendous performance. Second place again this year. Are you disappointed or are you delighted?
I'm delighted. I'm very happy.
That's it.
It was very tight, but I'm happy.
It was a very, very exciting competition this year. You also managed to do a time under 10 hours. Was that something you wanted to achieve?
Yes, I think it's track record.
Exactly, but both teams broke the record.
Yes.
The old record was, I think, 10 hours and 33 minutes.
Yeah.
So you did a great job there in terms of breaking that, so you're pleased with that.
Yeah, thank you.
And tell me, how will you celebrate this evening?
Oh, I think I'll try the ÖTILLÖ beer.
I think that's going to be a popular choice amongst one or two people. Are we going to get Marika back in here, or is she going to stay out of there?
No, I think she...
We'll see if we can grab her for a quick word. Thank you very much indeed, Bjorn. We're just going to see if we can get Marika back in and see, as the French flag is flying high here in the end zone. Marika is just about to join me. Marika, congratulations. One of the first two women, if I can get you to stand over here just a little bit, one of the first two women under 10 hours in ÖTILLÖ. How does it feel?
Oh my God, I didn't know. It feels amazing.
You look a little tired. Was it a long day?
Yeah, it's been a hard day.
What was the hardest part of it?
Pain.
Just pain in general.
Pain.
When did that kick in? Was it from the very beginning or was it later on?
No, at the long run at Ornö.
After Ornö, the 21-kilometer run there, and was it just the ground? Was it just generally tough, or was there anything in particular that set that off?
I don't know, like just pain in my legs, and it's mostly the mental part to keep fighting with the pain, because it's too easy to just give in. But you don't have to.
Well, it looks like you won that particular mental battle. Bjorn was saying you were a great help to him going around today as well, that he felt a little bit under the weather and you kept him going.
Yeah, he had some troubles, but we, as a team, we kept going.
Yeah, the team tactics seemed to work very well there.
Yeah.
There was a great battle in the mixed class today.
Yeah.
Were you aware of that as you went along?
Yeah, we saw both the other teams along the course, and we went up and forth, back and forth. So it was really exciting, and I hope everyone else.
Well, it was hugely enjoyable to watch, and it was hugely enjoyable to be part of. I'm going to let you go and grab one of these ÖTILLÖ beers now.
Oh,
congratulations for the first women under 10 hours. We'll see you back here again next year. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Bjorn. There we go, Bjorn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner from Team Adeptic. Their time came in at, let me see if we can get the final time on them, was under 10 hours. I know that much anyway, but we haven't got the final time confirmed just yet. 9 hours and 59 minutes. 9 hours and 59 minutes, bang on. So both Marika and Ulrika, the two girls in the mixed teams, both finishing in under 10 hours. The first time it's ever happened at ÖTILLÖ, the Swimrun World Championship. We're going to the total leaderboard finishing there. You can see everybody who has made it in. We're looking at about 15 teams, so about 30 athletes in total who've made it across the line there. Of course, the best team so far, of course, the best time ever posted being Team Milebreaker Upatov, posting that incredible time of 8 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds to win the Men's World Championship early today. And the second team, Team Head Swimming, I think what we're seeing now is the leading women's team hitting the water for what could be the last time, Anders.
Yes.
Do you recognize that? Oh, we have a slip. Oh, that's going to be a little bit nasty. That looked like Charlotta is after having a little bit of a slide coming into the water now. Very, very difficult. As Anders was mentioning earlier on, getting in and out of the water here is an art in itself. They're images from North ÖTILLÖ, which is the last swimming leg that they're going to undertake. I'm not sure, Anders, how long is that particular swim? A few hundred meters? Yeah.
100.
100 meters. She'd sprint through that.
Very short.
Usain Bolt would do it in 10 seconds, but Usain Bolt wouldn't have run 75 kilometers and swam 75 kilometers on the way to getting there.
Then you get, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Then you get up on ÖTILLÖ.
Yeah.
And you have 3.3 Ks of just road running.
Of road running.
Yes.
And the surface here on ÖTILLÖ is pretty good, right?
Yes.
It's pretty flat and
gravel,
even.
gravel, yes.
They're looking good there. They're looking very, very relaxed in the water.
Yes. They
again,
remember they have 9.5 Ks of swimming.
Yeah, already in their arms and
yes.
legs. We're going back to the leaderboard in the ladies' competition. So that's Team Puppy TS Mad. You can see there that they have a lead of 25 minutes and 4 seconds over the second place team, Team 2QTRI. After that, Team Sankan are in there 42 minutes back. So it's going to take some time before they get in here, this Finnish Swedish team. They've made the 100-meter swim. They're out of the water. So the first ladies team has made it onto ÖTILLÖ, onto the last leg. And there's plenty of pictures being taken, a round of applause being given down there by the spectators. They know what they're watching here. They've been watching this for many years as they see the women's team make it onto the island.
Yes.
3.3 kilometers of a run in front of them before they make it to us here at the finish area.
Last year, they won at the time of 10 hours, 54 minutes and 59 seconds. So we will have a new record in the women class also.
There will be a new record,
yes.
and it's going to be a big, big difference.
Yes.
They're going to hit it by at least 30, 40 minutes at least. This thing of records falling like 9 pins today, it must be a great thing to be part of. Were you here when the records, has this ever happened before?
Last year, the record last year was the first time when the men's team got under 9 hours.
Yes.
Yes, and before that it was 9.0, 9.9, 9.10, 9.12, the winner times. And then just last year something happened.
But there's been a very, very, very steep drop now as we hear the cheers go up again as another team comes into view. There's been a very, very steep drop over the last 2 years. So it'll be interesting to see if that will continue. You made an interesting point earlier on about Ulrika and Marika maybe teaming up.
Yes.
But how do you go about picking a partner to do this race?
For myself, I used to race with one of my best friends, and we had done a lot of things together, trained together, and been doing other races together. He's here racing today also with another friend.
Yeah.
So I think it starts there. Maybe you train together and know each other.
Yeah.
And then you decide to do it. But then maybe in the top of the field, it's maybe more okay. Maybe we can do this together and get a good time. But I think it starts with a friendship. It's very special to race in a team of 2.
That's where it starts from.
Yes, I think so. And that's the special thing also. I think original swimrun racing will always be in the Paro 2. Of course, it's security, but it also it's a part of this new sport. You race together.
I wonder, will we ever see a situation where swimrun is an individual sport, where one person gets up there and just goes off on its own? Is it even possible to negotiate this course, just one person?
I think it's possible, but you have to have very good security, I think. But I also think that if you do this by yourself, maybe it's not swimrun anymore.
Yeah, it kind of loses the attraction.
Yes.
That's all part of it. I get a word here.
Because the dynamic that the duo competition gives. It's something extra. You have to be very good in your team together also.
Yeah, we have team number 19 crossing the line there. Guns and Dentists, Joachim Axelsson and Fredrik Schreiber Abel just crossing the line there.
Yes.
We saw them come over.
Yes, and Joachim is, you know, Åsa, our friend out here.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Joachim is her boyfriend.
Ah, I see.
Yes, and
so
they have raced together.
In the Swimrun family here,
and yes, and they have won mixed title together.
Oh, cool.
At ÖTILLÖ. And I know that Joachim and Essa, his friend, they were going for a new record for themselves. I think they had 10:23 as their old record.
Okay, so 10:53 did you say?
10:23.
10:23, yeah, they probably beat that right enough.
They beat it.
They got in there today on that one.
Yes, so that's fantastic. They used to race with Finns, but today they left them at home.
There's that tactical choice of trying to save time as you get out of the water and that kind of thing. Yeah, it's interesting the choice of equipment that's out there in terms of flotation devices, whether you use fins or not. The hand paddles that we've seen most of the competitors use today. So we'll have a little closer look at them later on. I'm receiving word in the earpiece that the first women's team is actually going to beat the third mixed team to the finish area here, which is excellent, really, when you think about it. The pace setting that's been going on there between Team Puppy TP Mads is just incredible. So they should be here with us reasonably soon. They're on the island here. They're into the last 3.3 kilometre run here. So they're pretty much home and hose now. Hopefully they'll warm up and dry up a little bit as they get here.
Do we know anything about the other women teams?
The other women teams, if we'll go back a little bit and we'll see what we can find. I don't think there's too many of them on ÖTILLÖ. There's just one of them there now. 2QTRI are at Långbälling by the looks of things.
And Ornö South.
And Ornö South, if we go back, Team Sankan. Okay, so
that's good.
So the last the three ladies teams, the three podium finishers are going to be here at some point within the next hour or so. I'd probably expect to see them all. But the big wait now is for the final champion of the day to be crowned, and that will be Bibbe Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson, who when they come in now sometime the next 20 minutes, half an hour. And they're defending champions, isn't that correct? They won last year as well?
They're the current world champions.
So it's incredible to see that, to come back here. It's a very, very strong thing to do, especially at the pace that the race has gone at today, you know.
And their aim, they were very humble, and their aim was to get to the finish line.
You see, if you don't mind, for the viewers not watching in Sweden, I'd like to explain that's a very, very Swedish thing to do, to go, oh, I'd just like to finish the race, and then you come out and crush everybody. So it's I'm not at all surprised at that sort of a little bit of modesty there. We have a team coming around the corner here, around the hairpin bend. We'll try to keep an eye on who it is. We'll certainly bring you pictures from the finish line area as they come in there. We'll see if we have any more times brought in there.
And what we know about the third mixed team. Third mixed team.
Yeah, I'm just going to... Team Maxim, Tobias Höglin and Roger Sjösten just coming in now, coming up around the last bend now, just hiding a little bit, taking a breath behind the bush before they come through the sponsors' banners and then into the finish area.
Roger Sjösten, also a experienced ÖTILLÖ racer. He has done this race several times before. I think he has been on the podium in the mixed class some year also. But today is racing in the men's class.
I think it was Paul Krochak from Canada earlier on from Team Head Swimming. He described Swimrun yesterday as being addictive. Is that something that you would share? Is this something that you do it once and you got to do it again?
It's I think it's the combination of endurance and running and swimming. It's not simple sports, but it's simple to do it. Just get out, run, or just get to a lake and swim.
Of course, it's a relatively cheap sport to take part in. It's not like you have to buy a bike for thousands of euros that you're going to do.
And then you also have this, that it's an adventure. You're out in the nature with your partner. So I think that's the components
But there's also the interesting part of it. If you look at Ironman or if you look at these other multi-sport challenges, that it tends to be the sort of thing where you go from one to the other. So you go from, first you do the bike ride, or first you do the swim, then you do the bike ride, then you do the marathon. But here that's not the case at all, because you're switching from one to the other. Sometimes a long distance, sometimes a short distance. Is that very physically challenging to do throughout the day?
It is, but it also it makes it very fun. I think so. I think you can go for a longer time because it is okay. Now it's a short swim. Now it's a long run. Now it's a run on gravel road. Okay, now I swim 1,000 meters, and next time I get up and run where off trail. So I think that you're in the nature, and it's this variation. It's good. You can do it longer.
And another question about the course itself. You get, obviously you're handed a map as you go out there. How well do the athletes know the course when they come out there?
The athletes that has done ÖTILLÖ before, they know the course very, very good. And it's good marked. So I think, but when you're new, you don't know. If you're just out in the forest running, you don't really know when you have around 1K or 1.2K, and then just, okay, oh, now I'm at the beach and are going down. So I think if you have experience racing ÖTILLÖ before, you can be faster in and out of the water because you remember, okay, now it's 200 meters.
Yeah. I wonder if anybody, if you've done orienteering before, for example, would you say that's an advantage to you if you've been to O-ringen or some of the other big orienteering contests?
I don't think so. I think that's an advantage if someone has taken away the markings. Then you have, because in the mandatory equipment you have a compass and you have the map, but if the markings are there, you don't have to have the map.
You just follow the course as it is laid out.
Yeah? Yes. So that's the thing if you compare it to adventure racing. Adventure racing is always that you read the map. Yeah, you got to read the map as you go along. Yes. Yeah, that's brilliant. I was just thinking with GPS and everything else like that, there's probably no reason to go missing. I see one of the competitors is having a little bit of a rest on the ground here. He didn't even make it as far as the hammocks that Heston's, one of our sponsors here today, have put up some hammocks over there for them to rest in. So he didn't even make it that far. He's just laying down in the grass over there and decided to take it easy for a little while. Another place that's doing very good business today, of course, is the bar just over here to the back left of the camera position. The special ÖTILLÖ beer, which is brewed here in the archipelago, that's selling very, very well. There's more than one competitor has been seen queuing over there. I'm not sure if they get a free one. I think they should. I think that should be part of the. You have one free.
You get one free one. Yeah, it's very, very well deserved after 75 kilometers now.
And I talked about adventure racing.
Yes.
If you look at the winners of ÖTILLÖ right now and the years that has gone by, it's almost always triathletes because they have the swimming.
Yep.
But Daniel Hansson, today's winner, he has the background in adventure racing.
He has the background in adventure racing, yeah.
So I
think we're going to go back over to ÖTILLÖ North. We're waiting on the third mixed team to make its way either into or out of the water. I think that's into the water for the last swim of 100 meters or so there across. They are somewhere in the forest there. They'll be expected to pop out there at any second, and we want to be with them when they come out. The third mixed team, of course, that will be the final podium position in the mixed competition. A tremendously exciting competition that went on today. We had one team that had to give up. We've had a very, very close run thing for certainly the middle third of the race was very, very close. It was very, very hard to call who was going to win that. The third mixed team. So Team Brasserie Godot, Thomas Ogander and Erika Rosenbaum are the ones we're looking for there. Just doing a little minor adjustment there on Anders' microphone. This is what happens in adventure racing. You can expect the unexpected when we go back here. So as I said, we're just expecting that third mixed team, and then we'll try to see where we're actually going to try to catch up with the second and third place women's teams now. Yeah, they are all at Långbälling now, so it's not too far to go now for this race. Team Puppy TS Mad still in the lead. Team 2QTRI, I've said that 20 times today and it doesn't get any easier, I can tell you. And then Team Sankan, they're a good bit behind, 45 minutes or so behind. But we are nearing the climax of this now, where all the teams, the three podiums in each category, the women, the men and the mixed, are all being decided within the next hour or so.
And the mixed team we're waiting for, Erika and Thomas.
Yes.
They have done ÖTILLÖ several times, both with other partners. And last year they raced together and was on the third place. And they had the time 11 hours and 36 minutes. And I talked to Erika yesterday, and she said that, it would be fun to go under sub 11 hours.
Sub 11
they will do
hours.
it.
They'll do it with probably a good 20 minutes to spare, maybe 20 if they're lucky, 15-20 minutes to spare.
So it's very great.
We have some pictures coming in here now. I'm not quite sure what we're getting, but I think they're on their way into the water now. We may have found them there. Maybe we haven't. That's fine. We can go back there. Just wanted to talk to you, Anders, about what is there an average swim runner? And by that I mean not somebody who only does this. Is there a special kind of person who gets involved in this, who has a certain background?
I think in the beginning there were many triathletes because you had to swim.
Yep.
And it's hard open water swimming. Yes, it's 10Ks and it's big waves. Now I see the mixed team.
Oh, the mixed team are finally showing up.
Yes.
The third mixed team are finally on their way in.
But then I think more and more people in Sweden get to triathlon and they learn to swim.
Yep.
So now I think everyone can do swimrun. It's easy. It's just to swim and run. But then maybe to do ÖTILLÖ you have to train quite hard.
That's very true.
But there's a lot of other swimrun races in Sweden, so it's no problem to try. You have this ÖTILLÖ Ute qualifier. That's the race here in May that everyone can participate in.
Excellent. Yes. We're just looking behind us here. Is there a team coming in here? Did we say a mixed team or?
Yes, we'll see them very soon here.
They're going to turn up down here. Is this the final mixed team, or is it a men's? No, I think this looks like one of the men's teams that's coming up the final hill here, just around the final hairpin bend. Is it team 48 we're looking at there? Could it be team outside?
Team outside, yes.
That's Peter Jönsson and Mattias Andersson who'll be soon joining us here in the Finnish area.
Peter Jönsson raced in Engadin. Now the qualifier
in Switzerland, yes,
ended up on 7th place.
7th place. Yes. So he's a little bit outside that today, but I'm sure he'll still be very pleased at the time. 10 hours and 16 minutes or so. It's
and I know he's a sub-3 marathoner.
That's pretty good going for a marathon right now.
Yes, so then you understand what it takes to do these times.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, it's incredible when you think of the effort that goes in there, you know, the amount of time that it takes. And if you were to say, okay, I'm going to do ÖTILLÖ next year, I want to be involved in the Swimrun World Championships, how many hours of practice would you do in total before the race?
Think about, it depends on the background. I know that Björn Englund, he trains 9 to 12 hours a week, but he has a good swimming and running background. I think it's also important what you do. What do you put in your hours?
Okay, so that's a considerable amount of training that goes into it.
Yes, maybe more is not the best.
Yeah.
Okay, here they are. Team 48, team outside.
There we go, team 48 have crossed the line, but the big thing for us here at the moment is the winning women's team. We're way out in front there. We are looking to see where they are on the island. They should be here reasonably soon. When we left them, there we go. They're coming to ÖTILLÖ North, running towards our final fixed camera position here. And those of you who've been with us for an hour or more, you'll know that they're not too far from the final area here, from the finishing area here. So in about a minute or two's time, they'll come into view of the fans and the friends and the families that have gathered here to watch them. They'll go past this camera now. They'll go on a couple of 100 meters more. You'll see a boat there, and that's just about where they come into view.
Bibben in front of her mother.
She really is driving her on there over the last couple of kilometers now. It's probably a kilometer to go from there. They'll be coming into view.
They will defend their title.
A successful defense of the title there is about to happen. And of course, as soon as they cross the line and they get their breath back, we'll be bringing them up here in front of the camera. Team 33 it looks to be there as well. True Grit, Sveining Voreland and Tim Lupton. We have 2 Norwegians on the way in the men's category as well. We're just waiting now, as I say, on the women to come into view. They'll be into view any second now. There they are. They've come into view down here below us now, so they're just on their way up to the final straight now, up the hill. They'll be coming back into view any second now, into the final hairpin bend, and then up the few steps here around to the right, and then into the final area. Again, the photographers, the videographers, and the race officials are gathering to meet the newest world champions. Team Puppy TS Mad, Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nielsen, the mother and daughter. The daughter, Bibben, just 22 years old.
And here was team number 20, Tyresö Elta Endurance.
Tyresö Elta Endurance.
But we're waiting for the first women team.
The first women's team is just about to come up the hill now.
Here we have Norwegian guys.
We have the Norwegians making their way up the hill indeed. Yeah, we can see the winning ladies team now just coming up to the final hairpin bend, still tied together by the elastic rope. Bibben is still driving her mother Carlotta on. She's not letting up at all. Some people have taken a few easy steps coming around that last hairpin, but Bibben is not having any of it. She's going all out up the steps here. I think she has her eye on a time that she has in mind. It's going to be a little bit over 10 hours. It's going to be 10 hours, 23, maybe 24 minutes. She's tired out now as they come up the last steps. The two of them are out on their feet as they come up the last few steps, but they are not giving in. Bibben is drawing her along there. The defending champions, of course. They're just about to round the last bend there now.
First we have the Norwegian guys.
The Norwegians cross the line. Sveinung Våreland and Tim Lupton from Norway. They're pretty tired, it has to be said. But they're not as tired as our winning women who are just about to come around the last bend now. Okay, we'll grab them as quick as we can. Coming around the last bend now through the sponsors' banners. Bibban Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson hand in hand as they come across the line. Swimrun World Champions 2014 in a time around about 10 hours and 23 minutes. Mother and daughter, certainly daughter anyway, going to grounds instantly. She is completely out on her feet. She has driven her mother on throughout the last, must be the last 10 kilometers. She's been driving her mother on the whole way, and they've done an absolutely tremendous job to get here. And they are far and away miles ahead of the competition, who aren't even on the island yet. So they've crossed the finish line without their nearest competitors even making it to ÖTILLÖ. They are completely worn out. They can't move. It looks to me like they're actually sobbing with the tiredness. A successful defense of their World Championship title that they won here last year. But having said that, last year it took an awful lot longer.
I wonder what Lotta, the mother, she works as a teacher. I wonder what her students think of her.
Well, if Lotta's students are watching on the internet, use the hashtag ÖTILLÖ14 and we'll let them know exactly what you think of them. I think they made an absolutely brilliant effort here today, ever since they left Sandhamn at 6 o'clock this morning.
And last year they had 10 hours, 54 minutes and 59 seconds.
So last year they would have been glad to get under 11 hours, and this year, you know, they weren't too far off. No, they were a bit far off getting under 10, but they've certainly improved it by a half an hour or so. We'll just see what the final time is. 10 hours, 26 minutes and 31 seconds. So they've knocked pretty much a half an hour off their time from last year. Neither of them are in a hurry up. We're going to leave them alone now for the time being.
We will have an interview.
We're going to go over to where the third place mixed team is making it into the water, I think. The third place mixed team making it into the water now, so they should be with us as well.
Yes, that's Erika and Thomas.
That's Erika and Thomas that just about to make their way in for the last swim now.
And then they have done this swim many times before.
They've done the swim many times before. They seem to be looking for a spot to get into the water. Looks a little bit treacherous going down there. We saw Bibben's mother, Charlotta, she made a little slip coming down the rocks there, and it looked very, very painful as she was coming into the water there. But they're ready to get into the water.
Erika is also working at milebreaker.com. Milebreaker is one of the sponsors.
One of our sponsors here today. The Milebreaker Final 15, of course, one of the hardest parts of the course. The last 15 minutes on Ornö. There's a bit of a distance hopping. You want to hop in there reasonably quickly and catch up. We'll stay with the pictures here now until we have the interview with the women's winners.
I think Erika has 4 children. Maybe they're watching their mother racing for the 3rd spot.
Well, it's amazing to see from the emails and the tweets and everything that we've got. Racing for 3rd spot here. We've had reaction from around the world. I know, in particular, the great British viewers were very, very proud of what their boys have managed to do today. I haven't seen any tweets in Norwegian yet, but I think I might have filtered them out. Oh, it's
So we will have Rika and Thomas here in maybe 20 minutes, I think.
Maybe 20 minutes or so, of course. They have 100 metres to go. Team 26 coming across the line there as well. Zeerod Scott, Belgium endurance team. Jan Sudin and Dirk Beersmans just coming across the line there. Very respectable time as well. Would have been about 10.5 hours, I would say. Okay, we're going to have the winning ladies team over here to talk to us now very, very soon. Bibben Nordblom and Charlotta Nilsson. They're just removing the electronic timing tags from their shoes at the moment. And we'll bring them over here to talk to you as soon as we can. You can see the currents of the water there as the final mixed team makes its way across the final swim of a few hundred meters. When they get out of the water, there's a run of a little over 3 kilometers before they join us here in the finish area.
Bibben just smiled to me here.
I'm just looking at the size of the smiles over here as we wait for the interview. We have the final mixed team is now on the island of ÖTILLÖ. They should be here within about 15 or 20 minutes or so. They have 3 kilometers or so to run over a pretty good road. Bibben and Charlotta are preparing to make their way over here now, having removed their tags. And the second place women's team look like they're just about to make it into the water there. 2QTRI, that's Jenny Nielsen and Magdalena Trumstedt, just about to make it into the water there in second place. Looking tired, but this is about the last, they're on the last leg now. We are ready to do the interview here with Charlotta and Bibben. We're just going to bring them over here in front of the camera. They're still holding the rope. One's still tied together by this rope, but one holding one end. Bibben not willing to let her mother go so far. Welcome back to the studio here. We're just waiting on Bibben and Charlotta, 2 very, very popular winners here. We're just going to call them in here now and bring them over. Bibben, if you could just join us over here. Congratulations. Just step in beside me here so we can see you in the picture. Come on in here a little bit. How are you feeling after that race?
Yeah, it feels good to be here.
You were miles ahead of the competition. What do you put that down to?
I don't know.
She's very, very modest, your daughter. Have you any explanation for why you managed to stay so far ahead?
In Swedish we call it a självplågar-gene. You like to get pain to yourself.
You like to cause yourself pain, and that's what keeps you going.
Obviously.
And was she doing that to you on the race as well? Was she driving you on?
When we were running, she was in the lead and pushing the pace. And in the swimming, I was
it was the other way around.
So
the teamwork seems to work.
We help each other.
It seemed to work very, very well today. Of course, you're the defending champions. Your time today, we'll just check what the time was. We'll find out what the time was. But it was about a half an hour quicker than last year.
The swimming were much easier, I think. The current and the waves weren't so big and strong.
Okay.
So I think that's.
10
it was
minutes.
very cold, but it's. I think the sea was quite calm and
it was being
nice
kind to you
us.
today. 10 hours and 26 minutes was the time today. Was that what you expected?
No.
You look very pleased at that all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's good.
Did you have any time in mind when you left this morning?
No, but I was hoping to beat our record from last year.
You certainly managed to do that.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, how are you going to celebrate successfully defending your World Championship title?
Later on, she's going to Hawaii to do the Ironman.
Later on, she's going to Hawaii to do the Ironman.
11th of October.
The 11th of October. And are you going to join her in the Ironman in Hawaii?
As a spectator
As a spectator
yes.
this time around. But that's no way to celebrate a win. You have to do something different there. Will there be a beer, a glass of champagne later on maybe?
No, I don't drink. No.
Perhaps champagne. If we get one on the podium.
If ever there was a day to have your first glass of champagne, but I think today was the day. Congratulations on successfully defending your world title. Good luck with the Ironman, and we'll see you back here in the same place next year. Thank you very much indeed. There we go. The women's winners for 2014, the defending world champions, successfully defending their title there, Bibban and Charlotta. They were very, very modest yesterday. The mother and daughter team, the mother was saying that she was going to push the pace of the race just a little bit, and my God, did they do that. They're probably, I think at one point they're about 20 minutes, 25 minutes before the second place team, who've only just gotten out of the water down here now. They'll be in here in about 20, 25 minutes, 26 minutes exactly between them, 26 minutes, 35 seconds. So that's the first of the women's teams in. We're still waiting for the third mixed team. I believe they're on the island at the moment. We're just going to check to see where they are indeed on the island at the moment. Team Brasserie Godot, that's Thomas Ogander and Erika Rosenbaum from Sweden. They were about an hour behind the winners of Team 2 by You mix, so we're expecting them in here. They landed on the island after 10 hours 31 minutes and 34 seconds after leaving Sandhamn this morning, so it's starting to wrap up now. There's an awful lot of competitors starting to come in here. If you look live on our website ÖTILLÖ.se, you'll be able to see plenty of pictures here from the finishing zone. Anders,
yes.
What did they have to say in Swedish that they wouldn't say to me in English?
They said that there was we never thought it, they said.
They never thought they'd win today?
No.
I don't believe that for a second. They looked very, very confident the whole way around to me.
And Lotta told me that she, after the first swim in the morning, she fell very bad, but she survived. I
think that's part of the mentality thing, that you've got to block out whatever pain and discomfort that you feel when you're going around the course. So that seemed to work very, very well. She described it in Swedish there, you know, it's like you got to block these things out and get in there, you know.
Fantastic.
It was a tremendous performance altogether, and the daughter was saying that she is off to the Ironman. Bibban was saying that she is going to the Ironman in Hawaii.
Yes, she
on
qualified
October 11th.
Second time for Kona. She was in Hawaii, I think it was last year or last year before, and now she qualified again.
Yeah.
I think she won her age group in Nice this year, Nice Ironman.
In Nice, okay. Yes. But tell me this, right? If you're involved in endurance sport, and if you're going to do ÖTILLÖ every year, and you're going to do the Ironman, do you ever get to do anything else? Do you ever go to the movies, or do you have to dedicate your whole life to being a successful endurance athlete?
I don't think so. No, not on it's a different. If you really in the pro class in Ironman, of course you have to dedicate yourself. But if you should be in age group, you have to train very, very hard. But absolutely, many people here, you know, they have ordinary jobs, children.
Yeah.
So
and yet they managed to get.
I think you have to do a good management of your time.
Yeah, that's probably the thing that you learn well, and you can use that skill then out on the course as well. Another thing that sticks out, particularly about Sweden here, we've had the beautiful backdrop of the Stockholm archipelago here for the race today, but that's not the only endurance race that happens in Sweden. It's quite famous for what they call the Swedish Classic, for instance. There's a race called Vasaloppet, which is cross-country skiing over 90 kilometers. Vätternrundan, a cycle race which is 300 kilometers, if I remember rightly.
Right.
And then the Vansbro Swim, which is, is that 3,000 meters?
Yes, 3K.
3,000 meters. Where do all these endurance races?
And then there's also the Lidingöloppet.
30Ks. That's 30K. That's cross-country terrain running kind of thing as well. Where does this all come from? I've never come across anywhere else that has this many special endurance races, because all of them are sort of very much fixtures in the calendars. They've been going on for 50, 60, 70, 100 years. And where does this all come from? Why do Swedes love to get out there in nature and put themselves to the test?
Maybe I think that's not, if you in the winter, you know, you have the snow, you have the ability to ski.
Yep.
And then I also think that if you don't ski in the winter, maybe you live in the south of Sweden. Sweden is very dark in the winter, and everybody just waiting to get outside.
Yep.
So then I think when the spring is here and the light and the sun, you want to get out, maybe train, run or something like that. I think it
10 or 12 hours running and swimming through the archipelago.
I think it's maybe the climate.
It has to do with the climate, because it really is amazing. I've seen the Vasaloppet. I, of course, come from Ireland. There's no great skiing tradition in Ireland. But I do remember a few years ago, they put in a Team Ireland. 4 guys did it together. And they said it was very, very difficult, mostly because they didn't have the technique. Because naturally, being Irish people, we think we're brilliant at everything. So they just put on a pair of skis and went for it. But they found themselves wasting a huge amount of energy. So no more than the swimming and the trail running here today, you actually have to develop the techniques before you go taking on a course like this. So we're just going to go back over it now and see if we can find, I think Team Brasserie Godot, the last of the podium finishers in the mixed team. They should be on their way to us now. They should be here within about 10 or 15 minutes. If we go back and have a look at the women's teams and see where they are, we have the second of them is now on the island. The third one hasn't made it from Longbelling. Team Sankan have yet to make it from Longbelling on to Utö North. But once they get here again, we should be reasonably close to wrapping it all up here in terms of podium finishes from Utö.
How many men's team do we have here at Utö?
We can have a look at that.
Finish?
We will go back and we will see how many men's teams have already finished. There's quite a considerable number of men's teams there. It all happens together at the finish. We're just going to have a quick look here if we can.
Oh, here we see.
Okay, now we're on North Utö. It looks like a men's. Is this a men's team coming into the picture?
I think isn't it
Erika
and Thomas?
No, we're being told it's a men's team in the picture.
Okay, it is. Yes.
Is it Erika and Thomas?
No, it's a men's team. That's right.
Okay, we've 24 of the men's teams have finished. 24 of the men's teams. So that's 48 athletes already crossed the line here.
Team 40. Team 40.
Team 40 here's Team Scotland. Stuart McLeod and Andrew Brierley. My brother's there from Scotland.
And if I say that's almost Ireland, what do you say?
I'll accept that. No problem whatsoever. The two guys putting in a great performance there now.
But there were another team behind them.
There was another men's team coming behind them?
I don't know. There were another team. Maybe it was Erika and Thomas.
It might be a little bit early for the last of the mixed teams, or certainly the last of the podium finishers from the mixed teams to be making it in there just yet. But they're certainly on their way now. The front runners in all the different packs begin to come in here.
And these are the guys without arms.
Yeah, these are guys with, that's a pretty tough going right there. We've had competitors stopping here to tell us all day about how cold it has been in the water, and it's been pretty difficult for some of them. But the guys who are not wearing any arms on their swimsuits, these are the real water today.
Can't be Swedes.
They can't be Swedes.
I think.
There's a saying in Sweden. I've lived in this country for a long time, and there's a saying in Sweden: "There's no such thing as bad weather. There's only bad clothes."
Yes.
And I think Anders would like us to know that these guys are badly dressed for the challenge that they've taken here today.
Do you see which number it is?
That looks like number 82 to me. Could that possibly be number 82? The list is currently gone missing here under all the papers. No, that's the start list. That's the mixed list. We're going to the fixed camera there
82
again.
82 is, it's Swedes. Team Maxim, Tobias Högliner, Roger Sjösten.
There we go. Maybe they got too long and just took the...
Yes. I have a story about that. Roger Sjösten raced with his friend Philip Larsson 2011, and he forced Philip to cut his suit and take a thin suit, and it all ended up with Philip abandoned the race after the pig swim because he was so cold. So Roger has done the same thing this time.
Oh, that's terrible to hear. We're looking there at Team Freddan, team number 15 on the way up here. Fredrik Selmered and Fredrik Johansson, the two Fredriks from Sweden, hence the name Team Freddan.
Yeah, Fredrik last year won the mixed class.
Oh, he won the mixed class this year, and this year he's in the men's class, so he's hoping to put it up to them. We're just wondering, of course, where Team Ad Nature, Runners World, Petter Askergren and Joja Borssén, we haven't seen them for a little while. I think the last time we saw them, they were running around Ornö, so they should be getting close reasonably soon. In the meantime, team number 40, we have Team Scotland. They've made it to the finish line at long last. They did very, very well. The two boys are absolutely exhausted now as they come in. One with the swimming cap still on his head as he makes it across the line to be congratulated there by race director Mikael Lemel.
Mikael Lemel himself. Sorry.
He's doing very well. We have another pair crossing the line here. If we can bring the camera back a little bit. Team number 32, that's Glädje Knuff, Daniel Becker and Jens Samuelsson, another pair of Swedes making their way across the finish line. And again, I'd say the smiles coming across the finish line here are almost as wide as the smiles of the winners that we saw maybe an hour ago as they crossed the line.
And Daniel has raced before, and I know this is a very good personal record for him.
This is a good time for him.
Yes,
I'm sure he'll be very, very
so
pleased as he comes across.
Yes.
We might see if we can get... I might see if we can get our Scottish friends here, Stuart and Andrew, to have a quick word with us. We've spoken to a lot of Swedish athletes today, so it might be interesting to hear, as team number 35, German Sparkle Party, powered by Brooks and Hub, Marcus Russell and Fabian Eberhard, making their way across the line there as well. So they're starting to see some more international teams come across. I don't think they're any, as I say, they're just as joyful as the winners when they come across the line there. Mixed team 205 there, the Adidas Triathletes team, they're just on their way out of the water now. Making their way gingerly onto the rocks there, getting very, very slippery, very, very wet around the rocks there. They're making it in there now. So soon we will have the podium finishers for the mixed class decided. Just waiting on our Scottish friends now. One of them is grabbing a banana there. Some much needed fast carbohydrates there. So we have 2 mixed teams on ÖTILLÖ North. So that class is pretty much finished. If we could cut back to the studio camera, we're just going to do a quick interview with our Scottish friends here. If you can come around the other side, it only works in one direction. We have Stuart and Andrew here from Scotland. Congratulations, gentlemen. Just step in here beside me. How did it go?
It's a long day.
It's a very long day.
This guy pulled me through.
Yeah, it was. It's a really tough race because, I mean, we came in. Andy actually only just knew he was doing this race like a week ago, so that's incredible that he's come in and just done it, and we've done pretty well.
Turn down an opportunity like that. So.
But Andy, how do you prepare in 1 week to run 65 kilometres and swim 10 kilometres?
Yeah, badly.
In Sweden? But it seems to have gone very, very well. You've made it in here in what is, compared to previous years, this is a very, very good time. It was a very, very fast race today. So you've done really, really well.
Well, I was building for another event, and this kind of got parachuted in before it. So my next event's probably toast, but we'll see. I've got a week. Anything can happen in a week.
You're using this as a warm-up.
Yeah,
what's the next event you're taking part in?
It's called Powerman in Zofingen. It's the Duathlon World Champs. It's a week yesterday.
Okay. So not much recovery time there.
Not much.
Plenty of carbohydrates.
But no swimming in that, so my arms will be fine.
And can I ask the two of you, how did you manage to get involved in Swimrun? What is pretty much a Swedish-dominated sport at the moment?
Sure, well, both myself and Andy have raced in Scandinavia before in a well-known triathlon called Norseman. And we've obviously lots of friends in Scandinavia, so it's kind of just really some friends made us aware that this race was ÖTILLÖ, as I now can pronounce it. Then it was a race that I just thought I really wanted to do, and then, as I say, Andy came in really late and just stepped right in, which was incredible, because otherwise I wouldn't have been here racing if I never had someone to do the race as a teammate.
And could you see this kind of race catching on in Scotland over the Shetland Islands or some of the islands
really? Well, the weather's a bit iffy out there, but just the philosophy, the simplicity of it. A triathlon without a bike, you go on the plane with just one bag and that's it, you're there.
Well, that's pretty much it. And you'd be packing...
You strap like rubber things to your legs, and it's kind of developing, I suppose, so the rules are not super precise and you can make things up and put your own kit together, sort of Heath Robinson. So it's interesting. It's kind of a breath of fresh air. It's a good race.
It kind of sounds to me, Stuart, like Andy's been bitten by the bug a little bit here. Do you expect him to be by your side when you come back here again next year?
We've not discussed that yet, actually. Probably. I never really probably told Andy the truth. I think I was probably convincing Andy, but let's go to Stockholm for a kind of nice weekend away. And we ended up coming here.
The wrong ferry.
Well, we'll be back. You never say never with these things, you know. If the opportunity presents itself, I mean, it's incredible getting the opportunity firstly to be able to do this race. I mean, that's the first thing, because it's difficult to get into the race in the first instance. So just getting an opportunity to do it once is incredible. To come back would be something that I'd love to do.
Well, I think I'm going to help you make that decision for next year by letting you know that there's a bar over there that you're entitled to a free beer from. So if that makes any difference whatsoever, feel free to thank me for it later. Andrew, thank you very much indeed. Stuart, thanks very much. Congratulations. All over the world, Chief. You're famous now all of a sudden. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. Andy and Stuart from Scotland there, Andy who found out last week that he was taking part in this race, and did very, very well indeed, coming in what was it, a little bit more, was it probably under 10 hours? We'll check that out for you as we go along. We're still waiting for the second ladies team and the third mixed team, if we have them there. The third mixed team should be very, very close to us here on ÖTILLÖ. We have one of them, is that?
I think
that looks like our third mixed team coming in there, right enough, yeah. Team Brasserie Godot, Thomas Ogander and Erika Rosenbaum are on their way in there. It's been probably the most competitive race we've had all day, has actually been in the mixed class, certainly in the middle third, towards the end of the middle third of this race. It was very, very tight there. There was 3 or 4 teams in there. At times, there was less than a minute between first and second place there. We've had some little injury worries, and that one team did have to drop out, but it's been an absolutely amazing contest. And it looks like Team Brasserie Godot are just going to come around the corner here, and they'll be up here with us in about 6-7 minutes time to take the third podium spot in the mixed class. Do we know anything about Thomas Ogander? Erika, you mentioned that they've taken part before.
Yes,
Erika
absolutely, and they were third last year. And Erika, she raced Ironman 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago?
Yes.
I find it amazing that that these athletes can recover so quickly. Andy was saying that he's going to have another event in just 6 days' time.
Oh.
So I don't know if he can recover that quick, but it certainly is. If she did an Ironman like 2 weeks ago, it's... Well, I suppose, you know, when you get into the rhythm of doing these things, maybe it's easier, like the ultra-marathon runners who run a marathon every day for a month or that kind of thing. So I don't think I'll be tempted to try it anytime soon, though. I'll stick to the football.
Thomas is also known to have always have a perfect haircut.
Is that right?
Yes.
We'll see how perfect his hair is.
I promise, it's perfect.
We'll see now. They're just coming around the corner now. They're just coming into view. We'll see how Thomas's haircut is looking, how it's held up after 75 kilometres, 65 trail running, 10 open water swimming. It's going to take some... Actually, that might be a company that might like to sponsor us next year, is whoever does Thomas's hair gel next year. If every hair is still in place, otherwise we'll say nothing about it. But they're just on the way up the final hill here. We're going to go back over and have a look. I think we have some teams in the water we're going to have a look at. The third place ladies team is just about to get in for what looks like the final swim over here to ÖTILLÖ. The second place ladies team are just on the way towards our final. We can see them there just on the way to our final fixed camera. That's team number 110. 2QTRI, Jenny Nielsen and Magdalena Trumstedt. So they will also be here very, very soon indeed. The second podium position in the women's competition.
Now we see.
So it's all happening now as the mixed team come around the final hairpin bend there. They're putting on a bit of a spurt there. I have to say Thomas's hair is looking well, as Anders predicted. They're just making their way up now. And just at the bottom of the hill behind us here, any second now, we will be seeing the second place ladies team come into view down there. So it's very, very close indeed. Anders giving a round of applause to his friends there. I think he's actually applauding Thomas's hair more than anything else.
It's perfect.
As he makes it round there. But in fairness, we shouldn't even be joking at this stage, because taking a podium position in the mixed class, it really is something to talk about today.
And they had the aim to go under 11 hours.
They had the aim to go under 11 hours. I think they're going to do that
will do it
with plenty of time to spare. As soon as they cross the line and as soon as we have the official photographs taken, we're going to be talking to Erika and her teammate as soon as we can get hold of them. It's Erika and Thomas Ogander. Here they come across the line.
Erika Rosenbaum and Thomas Ogander.
Third place bronze medal winners in ÖTILLÖ, the Swimrun World Championships 2014. Superb performance. And how happy are they? Tremendous big smiles there for all the cameras. The iPhones are out, the Samsung phones are out. I think there's actually more Samsung phones here today. We're going to grab the bronze winning pair as soon as we can. And then on the way up the hill reasonably soon, I think they're just about to come around the corner now any second. For the silver medal winners in the women's class, they're on their way in here now. Here they come. They're coming around the final hairpin bend now. The second ladies team are on their way up there. Second ladies team are on their way up there.
Now we have Erika and Thomas here.
We'll just hang on, Erika, Thomas, if you could just wait for 2 seconds. We're just going to watch as the second place team come up, and then we'll have a little chat with you. Jenny Nilsson, Magdalena Trumstedt just on their way up here, making their way up the final couple of steps here. We've had team number 76 come in there in the meantime. It's all happening in the final, in the finishing area there. Team Grodmannen.se, Gustav Redin and Erik Olsson just passed there. Most of the men's teams will be now in. There are some huge smiles here altogether. We have them. They should be just coming past the bushes here and just about to round the final corner. The silver medal winners. The silver medal winners, Jenny Nilsson, Magdalena Trumstedt, jogging around the final corner now as they make their way towards the finish line. Superb performance. I think that's another, and it is another sub-11-hour performance as they come cruising across the line, hands held in the air. The silver medal winners, Team 2QTRI. And as we look at them, we're going to welcome in for a little interview here. We're just watching as the photographs are taken of the silver medal winners. Erika and Thomas, if you'd like to join me here, step in there. Thomas, we've been hearing wonderful things about your hair, but I'm going to ask about that later. How does it feel after coming third in the mixed class here today?
Well, it feels great. I had a quite good day. The 2/3 of the race, and then Erika took all of Una, and she owns Una, I must say, and she took me home, really.
21 kilometers of Urn. Do you go into that with a plan? Is there anything in particular you plan to do? Or you just go, no, I'm going to kill it?
Just eat a lot and drink.
Just eat a lot and drink.
A lot of energy.
And how does that happen as you go around? Because did you start off on water and move to energy drinks? Did you have a plan?
Only energy drinks, Red Bull and gels.
Okay. And is there no price to pay? Is there no sort of crash after that sugar kick kind of thing?
No, just keep on taking it.
It seems
and
to be
caffeine as well.
Caffeine as well.
Yeah.
It seems Erika had a plan. You don't go in for the energy drinks that much. No Red Bull for you, Thomas.
Well, I do, but my stomach didn't like it that much. Yeah. So.
Great.
And what about food as you go around? How do you manage that? Did you have a hot dog?
Well, we try to eat real food where you can get it.
Yeah.
Cinnamon buns and hot dogs and so otherwise it's just just gels and sugar, which makes your stomach really turn.
There was soup there as well. I believe blueberry soup is very good for endurance athletes.
No, I think we prefer the salty soup.
Okay, that went down well. Did you have a tactic for the race today? Because the mixed race was very, very competitive. Did you have something in mind you wanted to do?
We just had the devil.
had the devil right up front.
We felt chased, really. It was tough. Yeah, it was really tough.
We tried to do our own race, because it's quite difficult to have a plan and to get eager but we just tried to keep our pace, and that was the success, I must say.
And there was a very, very big success at the end of the day. It was enough to get a bronze medal here today. I'm asking everybody, are we going to be standing in the same place next year, me and you two?
Well, of course. Yes, of course.
What was that? Oh, of course.
Yeah.
You've already decided you want to be back here again next year.
Yeah, it will be. This is our 4th race, so that will be the 5th one next year.
That's great to hear. Well, she might give you a day off between now and then. How are you going to celebrate this bronze medal?
Well, first we'll try to drink, eat, and sleep.
Drink, eat, and sleep all at the same time, or are you going to space them out a little bit?
No, I'll space a little bit, but I. Try to enjoy, yes.
That's great. Well, enjoy your evening here on ÖTILLÖ. Congratulations on your bronze medal, and I hope to see you again the same place again next year. Thank you very much indeed. There you go, the bronze medal winning team there of Thomas Ogander and Erika Rosenbaum, Team Goddo, who came in there. We also have our silver medal winning ladies team, 2QTRI, who are ready to speak to us there. I love it when a plan comes together. Ladies, step in. Right here we have Jenny and Magdalena. If we just want to step in the... Oh, that's great. How are we doing?
I'm very fine, thank you.
We saw some huge smiles as you came across the finish line. How happy are you to finish second here today?
Very happy. Yeah, very happy.
Now, if I'd have been at Sandhamn at 6 o'clock this morning and asked you, where are you going to finish? What kind of time are you going to do? Would you have said we'll be here in under 11 hours and we'll be second?
No, we wanted to we want to be happy all the time and have fun, laugh a lot and talk a lot and
because this was our first swim run ever and also ever together, so
we have never practiced together.
You've never even practiced together?
No, and neither of us have done a
Let me tell you
swim
something, I think you have a future in this sport, right? I have a hunch that winning a silver medal in your first effort means you might have some talent for this. Not having the experience that some of the other athletes have, how did you plan out the race, or did you just go, look, we're just going to go out there and hit it?
Yeah. Exactly what you said.
And did you have any problems with nutrition, with following the course or anything like that as you went around?
Nothing.
If anybody's watching out there wants to start taking part in Swimrun, I just suggest you contact these two ladies. They seem to have a plan that works out very well indeed for this. What are the plans? Have you plans for any more endurance races now?
Not together, but maybe in the future.
As I say, it seems to be a team that works very well together. Congratulations on the silver medal. I'll let you go and enjoy the celebrations, and we'll see you back here again next year. Thank you very much indeed. That was Team 2QTRI, Jenny Nielsen and Magdalena Trumstedt, who, defying all expectations, had barely even met before, never trained before, and won a silver medal here today. Absolutely incredible result, Anders.
Incredible. Sub 11 hours.
Sub 11 hours. Yes. There are people who have been coming here for years who haven't run this course in under 11 hours. And that's going to annoy some people, surely.
Maybe. I think it's good.
Just a little. No, it is. It's brilliant for the sport to see that people can come in and do these things. Just behind us here, team number 62, and the men are just after running in there. And if I consult my notes, if I can find them, I can tell you that is Swimming Gazelles. Art Chavoskia and Nick Chavoskia from Ukraine, of all places. We're delighted to have them here, and they've just crossed the line there. Did they get in under 11 hours? They certainly did get in under 11 hours, but only just.
They're the first team I see this year racing in 5-finger shoes.
They're racing in 5 fingers. That is indeed correct. I wonder how the running went on them. It might be good to ask them the question. The 5-finger shoes are the ones that kind of like gloves for your feet, so to speak. It would be interesting to know from the guys how that worked in the trail running end of things. Have you tried those shoes over trail running before? And what advantage would they give you? Would they give you maybe a better grip on the rocks?
I don't know. I think that maybe it's good to have in the water.
Yep. I think they certainly keep you warmer. We're looking at the swimmers in the water here, and the one thing I've been wondering about all day is the whole shoes in the water thing. I know they have the floats to help them carry the body weight of the legs, but it looks really tough there, and I wonder if those the sort of foot gloves wouldn't be the better option.
I think, swimming with shoes is like running in shoes you have for alpine skiing.
Yeah, exactly. The Piexor, the ski boots. Yeah, that's very tough. Is that team 219 in the mixed class just coming across the line there? Domariterna Interrecker, Janne Blomqvist and Henrika Malmström in the middle of the race there. They were doing very well indeed, and they were up there at the top, but they fell away a little bit. We have our third ladies team have now arrived on ÖTILLÖ. So the third ladies team, the final podium position that is on offer today, they have arrived on the island now. Team Sankan, Sanna Duvebrand from Finland and Annika Åström from Sweden. They were a little bit behind, it has to be said. I think they were even 20 minutes behind the second place team, the two girls we just spoke to now, Jenny Nielsen and Magdalena Trumstedt, but they'll be here in about 20 minutes time. They've 3 kilometers left to run. I thought I saw somebody falling over there, but they were actually taking a step back to take a picture, so it's they look very pleased indeed. Domariterna Interrecker, when the merits aren't enough is how that name translates.
Here's another team.
We have another mixed team coming towards our final fixed camera position here on ÖTILLÖ. We have followed these racers from 6 o'clock this morning. We have followed them in cars, we have followed them in boats, we have followed them on motorcycles, and we are following them all the way in to the finish line here on ÖTILLÖ at ÖTILLÖ Värdshus. Amazing that they can still manage the pace that they're managing there. I'm sure plenty of them would have liked to have given up a long time ago, but there's a very strong mental game at work here. There's plenty of people wandering around here just to my left, out of shot, and wearing ÖTILLÖ sweatshirts. I think there's a few of the athletes there as well who finally managed to have a shower, get cleaned up, and warm up a little bit. Do you ever really get warm? If you swim in the water and it's 16 degrees and then you come out again, do you really warm up before the next swim?
Yes, absolutely.
You do, definitely, yeah.
Yes, the wetsuit makes you warm.
That makes you warm again,
Yes.
because I kind of feel a little bit sorry for the people coming out of the water here for the last sort of 3.3 kilometres. And you see that some of them are still wet as another pair of participants come around the corner here below us. Some of them are still wet and you think, God, they're standing here doing interviews with you and me and they must be freezing. But it seems to work out pretty well for them. We're waiting eagerly for the last women's team here. Team Sankan, Sanna Duvebrant. It's going to be a little while before Sanna and Annika get to us here at the finish line. In the meantime, we have a couple of teams coming up there. A couple of men's teams and a mixed team by the looks of things, which are going to be coming in reasonably soon there. We've gone through a lot of the men's teams. We're going to go back and check and see just how many of the men's teams have finished already. It's going to be quite a few. We have 28 men's teams, so that's 56 athletes who've already been able to make their way to the bar. We have another pair coming across. Team number 70 there in the men's class. Team RGP, Kristoffer Fredriksson and Jonas Lundmark. Two more Swedes make it across the line there, being embraced by race director Mikael Lamell. One of the lads seems to have earplugs in his ears there. Must be a little bit sensitive for the water, that kind of thing. May not be such a bad thing if there's a little bit of algae in the water, but I don't think anybody's complained about that here. We're back in the studio here. As I say, 56 male athletes already in there. If we look and we'll see how many mixed teams have finished, we have just the 3 podium teams. And in terms of the women's teams, we have 2 women's teams have finished. We're just waiting on the 3rd ladies team now. That's not them coming in here. Is that them?
No, I don't think so.
No, I haven't seen them there so far. No, they haven't gotten past the last of our fixed camera posts.
Now they're
we have a mixed
team.
Is that 205 we're looking at there? The Adidas triathletes, it probably is. From France, we have Lucie Croisson and Jean-Christophe Kunz from France, who are just making their way up to and around the final bend now. I can see in front of me there, you may very well see them when the camera goes back on to the finish line area. You'll see some French flags and some pictures there just to the left of your picture. Some very enthusiastic French fans. A lot of French athletes here today, certainly a handful here, receiving great support from their countrymen and from local fans here. Just rounding the final corner now. And it looked to me like Jean-Christophe just had a little bit of a problem there. He has his tricolore. Both of them waving the tricolore very proudly as they cross the finish line. A little over 11 hours after they left Sandhamn this morning, the French mixed team makes it over the finish line. And it looks to me like there's actually a French TV crew there as well, which is not surprising. It's a big story.
Yes.
And I absolutely guarantee that if that is a French TV crew, we're going to see an awful lot more French competitors here next year, because there's going to be a lot of people looking at this race going, I think I could do that. They're coming thick and fast now. Team number 35 has just crossed, or just about to cross the finish line. The German Sparkle Party, that is Markus Rössel and Fabian Eberhard from Germany just crossing the line there.
We have competitors this year from 22 countries. It's a record.
22 countries, a record for ÖTILLÖ for the World Swimrun Championships. And there's nothing to say that there won't be even more countries represented next year. We've clipped away there. We'll be back now. We're just waiting to see the final. We're looking at the leaderboard here. We're going to see the final women's team, the final podium place that is up for grabs. We are out on the final fixed camera post that we have. We're going to have a look at that at ÖTILLÖ North. Out in the water, we still have some men's, some women's, some mixed teams to come through there. We're going to see if we can find the women's teams and whereabouts they are and where we can expect them. The Germans have just finished sitting down in front of us. We're looking for Team Sankan. They're already on ÖTILLÖ. The pictures you're looking at now are actually swimming towards ÖTILLÖ and the final part of it. For the final part of the race. They seem to be swimming very, very slowly there. There's a lot of energy after being expended over the 72 odd kilometers that it takes to get you to ÖTILLÖ. Of course, they have 3 kilometers left to run. It's not all over when they get out of the water. Yesterday, when we looked at the course, we thought it was a very short run on ÖTILLÖ. It isn't. It's 3,000 meters that they have to manage when they climb out of the water. But hopefully they'll have enough left in the tank to make it up here to the finish line. It really would be a shame to give up now. So there's almost 30 men's teams have crossed the line now. What's that? 37 men's teams have finished the race?
At ÖTILLÖ.
At ÖTILLÖ, they're just on ÖTILLÖ now. So we have 37 of the men's teams who are here on the island. So and soon to be 38 as soon as these two get out of the water.
30 men's team has finished the race.
We have had a team that has that have given up the race. They've packed it in, unfortunately. We have a few more eager-looking swimmers now in the water off ÖTILLÖ. The fixed camera here, our final fixed camera post, we can see a few runners coming in there, and certainly behind us there's another couple of men's teams. Is that a mixed team we see coming towards us? No, it looks like Petter. Is this? No,
no.
That is a mixed team number by the looks of things.
I think it's
it
Michaela Waller and Matthias Fritjof.
Okay.
I think.
In the meantime, team number 41 are making it up there. Team 220, that is Team Tallahassee. Matthias Fritjof and Michaela Waller, 2 Swedes, making it up there for the mixed class.
Looking strong.
Yeah, they look like they look very relaxed there.
Yes.
I think they've achieved their goals. They've gotten this far, and it won't be long before they cross the finish line beside us here. Another 6 or 7 minutes before they make it up here. I find it amazing that they can be so relaxed coming into that as well. If that was me, I'd be on my hands and knees crawling up this last hill. So it's great preparations there. Team 41 just crossing the line in behind us here. That's Team Hoob, David Chapman from Great Britain and Matthew Clarkson from Great Britain. Another British team successfully finishing the race here. That's certainly 2 or 3 that we've seen so far. They look very, very tired indeed as they come across the line. I'm sure the 2 guys will be very pleased to grab a beer at the bar here beside us when they're done. There seems to be Red Bull and bananas and everything being handed out just so the guys have the energy to talk to us and to talk to the other competitors as they come across. Actually, the British team, they look to be going back across the finish line. It looked like they weren't finished with the race there for a little while, but they've just moved back there to have some pictures taken. We also have the TV camera taking some pictures there. Looking very, very stiff there from team number 41, Team Hoob, David Chapman and Matthew Clarkson from Great Britain.
Now I see a team down at the corner.
We have a team down at the corner.
Yes.
We have a team coming around the corner there. The men's teams are mostly in now. We're looking at not the last of the men's teams, but certainly a good few men's teams coming in there now. It shouldn't be long now before we see the final podium winners in the women's. The final women's team is on its way in. It shouldn't be long now before they are here. They won't get in under 11 hours, but I wouldn't say they'll be too bothered by that. It's still a remarkable achievement to finish up on the podium today. Team Sandhamn, there is no other ladies team on the island as yet, and Team Sandhamn are about to finish off. They're about to finish off the podium positions there. A very pleased Frenchman here in front of us, still waving his tricolore. Looking very good, sir, looking very good. Congratulations. The British team behind him just grabbing some bananas there, loading up again. Okay, we have the final ladies team. They're just about to come into the shot here now. The final ladies team, the final podium team for the ladies are just about to show up here. Waiting eagerly to see when they make their appearance out of the trees. Team Sandhamn, Sanna Duvebrandt from Finland and Annika Åström from Sweden.
Sanna was 3rd spot last year in the ladies class, and Annika has won both mixed and ladies class.
She's won both mixed and ladies class and a bronze medal again here today.
Yes.
Nothing if not consistent.
Yes.
Team Tallahassee 220 coming across the line there. Just jogging it in there. We love to see that. The ladies' bronze team are hopefully making their way up there as we watch these jubilant scenes from the finish line. Everybody seems to be a bit of a winner here today. Everybody who manages to cross that line is completely delighted with themselves, as they rightly should be. 75 kilometres into must be one of the hardest days of their lives. I was caught looking over my shoulder there trying to find the ladies' bronze team. I haven't seen them appear out of the trees just yet, but they're expected to come out any second now. We've heard from our fixed camera post that they're on the way here now.
And I think
team number 17 crossing the line there. That is Struktur Team Puppy TS, Henrik Rostrom and Matthias Siebej from Sweden, the pair of them, and they're receiving their participants' medals. They look delighted to have finished up right enough that their race is over. We are still waiting to see if we can find the ladies' bronze medal winners. We know they're on their way. Team 16 now crossing the line from Ute Vardshus, Mats Andersson and Magnus Andersson, the Andersson brothers. And we can now see the ladies' bronze medal team finally make it around the final hairpin bend now. And they're jogging up the steps as we look out over my shoulder here. They are coming up the steps now. They're looking very, very tired. Sanna is leading there. We have it's Sanna Duvebrandt and Annika Åström just making their way up now.
And we just had team number 16 crossing the finish line with Mats Andersson, one of the original four, one of the Ute brothers.
That's right.
That's invented this competition, 2004.
A lot of people will be thanking him tonight. More people will be cursing him as the ladies' bronze medal winners make their way around the very final bend towards the finish line. They are struggling. They are struggling. They're slightly... I think they're slightly separated there. We may have to see one of them slow down there. No, they're both together there. I only saw one of them through the plastic window here. Here we go, Team Sankan, Sanna Duvebrandt of Finland, Annika Åström win the bronze medal at the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championships in the Stockholm archipelago. Coming in a little bit after the second place team there, around about, we're looking at around about 11 hours, 10 minutes, 11 hours, 12, 13 minutes maybe. Completely exhausted, both of them. We're going to grab them and have a quick word with them as soon as we can get our hands on them. Hugely competitive race again today, but it was a tough one for the ladies in particular. The men's and the mixed classes were an awful lot closer, but it was very, very difficult for the ladies today. That is the medals all decided here on Ute. We know who wins gold, silver and bronze in each of the three classes, and of course we will be telling you in due course. In the meantime, we're going to try to get the bronze medal winners here in front of the camera and have a chat with them. They look very, very tired. I think I've actually seen one or two tears there from either Sanna or Annika. They're holding up their medals for the camera there. We're going to grab them as quick as we can. We have some very, very tired athletes in front of us here now. We're just waiting on Sanna and Annika to join us here in the studio. They appear to be very, very happy with themselves. They're talking to our producer here. She's just going to bring them over any second now. Before they do that, they're taking off their hand paddles, removing some of their equipment. Team number 80 crossing the line there in the men's competition as well. That was SAF Livgardet, Jim Stalpe and Thomas Berglund from Sweden crossing the line successfully. No fanfare there, but the two guys very, very pleased.
Another armed forces team.
Another armed forces team. Swedish armed forces, very, very well represented today. Sanna and Annika on their way in to talk to us here in the studio. Still tied together. It's going to be a while before they separate these pair. Please step in here. We'll get you in there together. A bronze medal in the Swimrun World Championships. How does that feel?
Great. Definitely awesome.
Are you completely out of breath now when you came across the line?
Yes, totally. But we had fun today. Really, really fun. And it was... I made faster time than... almost 2 hours faster than last year. And last year I was on the third. And now third with
me.
With you, with my dream mate.
Your dream mate, not your teammate, your dream mate. Tell me, the times today have been very, very quick in the men's class, in the mixed class, and in the women's class. Why is that? What was it with the conditions that made the course so fast?
Nice weather, I think, but it's very cold in the water. But no wind.
No wind, and I think that the stream in water
the
was
currents
not so,
of the water, yeah.
Yeah, it was much better. But it was very cold, colder than last year.
Very freezing in the water, but you had to swim fast then.
So you swim faster. That's probably where you made up the time.
Probably.
I tell you, what was your plan for the race when you stood at Sandhamn at 6 o'clock this morning and the gun went off? What was your plan?
Just to have a great day with the sun now. Just to get. Yeah, have a great day.
We did 2 weeks ago Ironman Kalmar, so both of us, so we are not definitely in the best condition today. So we just thought that, okay, let's have a nice day in archipelago today, and we did.
Keep on moving all day, but not very, I mean, not the fastest we can. I mean, yes, of course, we did our best because we knew that we were maybe on the third. Coming in third. So.
And did you have sort of any expectations, any goals other than just having a good time? Did you say, okay, I want to get under?
No, actually not, because we didn't know how. We did Ironman 2 weeks ago, and we were pretty tired after that day.
Well, this is what you can do when you're tired. I suggest you come back again next year.
Yeah.
How aware were you of how the competition was? Did you know where the other teams were on the course?
We knew. Yeah, we did. People told us.
Yes.
In the end,
yeah. And then we saw the leading team who were sitting on the. Yeah. They I think that they broke somewhere. I can't remember where. And they say that you are now in third position. So after that.
And you were quite happy with that. There's quite a distance between you.
You don't know if somebody is behind you either, and you just.
And we didn't know how far is the second one. We didn't have any clue about it.
You had no clue where the second place team was.
We had a great time with other teams.
You enjoyed yourselves out there?
We met the same teams.
There was a little bit of communication between the teams out there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And of course, there's an evening ahead now. How are you going to celebrate this bronze medal?
We're going to take a sauna first and a beer.
You couldn't have a Finnish team win anything without taking a sauna first. Yeah. Ladies, congratulations. Brilliant performance after an Ironman just 2 weeks ago. We hope to see you back here again next year. Thank you very much indeed. That was Sanna Duvebrandt and Annika Åström who won the bronze medal today at the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championships. That is all our podium places decided. We're going to recap with Anders. If Anders could just step in there, we're just going to recap. The ladies are seeing as we have the class up here already. Team Sankan in third place. We just spoke to them now.
Yes.
Was it 47 minutes? No, that was the wrong time. We're going to see 49 minutes and 41 seconds after the leaders. Team 2QTRI came in 29 minutes and 15 seconds after their first swim run ever. Yeah. And then, of course, the winning team, Puppy TS Mad. That was like 50 minutes ago now since they won. Completely classic performance there by the defending champions.
Yes, new course record.
A new course record. If we look at that, 10 hours, 26:31, will they have a goal maybe of coming under 10 hours next year, or is that possible?
If you ask them, they will say no, but I think they have.
You think that that's going to be what they're looking for next year, yeah? We're going to go back and have a look at the men's competition there, of course, which finished. We had a thrilling race between Team Milebreaker Uppethav, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, who ran out winners in an extremely fast time of 8 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds. Team Head Swimming in second place. They broke their own world record from last year of 8 hours and 35 minutes, but it wasn't enough. Björn England and Paul Krochak. Björn from Sweden, Paul from Canada. And in third place then we had, it was Be Quick Redovisning, Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren. Antti, of course, who suffered from a stomach flu last night. Yeah. Of all the things we've seen today, I suppose the new world record is probably the biggest. It's got to be the biggest.
Yes.
Do you believe that they could bring it down below 8 hours next year?
Yes, I think that. If it's good conditions and they really train hard swim running,
yeah,
I think it's sub 8 hours.
And do you think that the swim run practice is the most important part, or do they will they need the same currents that they had in the sea today? What will they need to be able to do that?
I think maybe the same conditions, but also that you can train as a team and race as a team.
It's important.
Yes, if you ask all the top teams, almost everyone says, well, we had trained as a team and we race as a team.
Yeah, I suppose the only exception there was the silver medal winners in the women's class, but that's fine too if you're two great athletes like that and that happens. And then, of course, in the mixed class, we had Team Brasserie Godot, who came in third place, Thomas Ogander and Erika Rosenbaum from Sweden. Team Adeptic in Björn Rosenthal and Marika Wagner, also Sweden. And a Swedish clean sweep. The winners were Team 2XU, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Udén. That, for me, was the most exciting category today. There was things happening in there all the time. 5, 6, 7 teams who were in with a chance of winning it. Is that the category to aim for next year if I'm going to get involved in this and get fit?
Yes, I think that.
And where will I find a partner to help me do that? I might ask...
you can ask everyone here.
We'll see if Ulrika might join me next year and do that.
That's good.
Okay, we're just listening to see... we'd love to see how our good friend Petter is doing out there on the field, but there's no sign of him just yet.
I just checked before when you did the interview, and then his team hadn't arrived at Ute yet.
He hasn't arrived at Ute yet. No, we might try to see where he is.
But maybe Långballing.
Yeah, he might be at Långballing. We'll see. We'll see where we are with that particular. Of course, most of the men's teams will be in now, so Petter will be kind of down down the field a little bit. If we see. Let me see now where he is. We're looking for team number 50, of course, Ad Nature, Runners World, Petter Askegen and Joje Borschen there. They're the guys that we want to look out for. You might recall, if you were watching at 6 o'clock this morning, you would have heard that Petter was having a few problems with his knee. He's kept going there, and we want to see how it goes for him, because it would be, of all the stories of the non-winners, if you like, it would be the real big story of the day if he was to make it all the way around the course. So we're going to see if we can find out exactly where he is on the course and see if we can get you some pictures there.
He was at Långballing at 10 hours 45 minutes, so his Joje and Petter is running and swimming to Ute right now.
Okay, so they're on their way to Ute right now, so they shouldn't be too much longer before we're up here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how he has made it round the course. I think his knee was heavily taped at one point this morning. There was a doubt as to whether he was going to start at all.
Here we have one of the original fours.
One of the original fours. Would this be an Andersson they have put into the shot here before us?
Yes, Mats Andersson.
Mats Andersson, thank you very much for coming in here and talking to us. Could I ask you to just step into the picture a little bit? That's it, you can put your cake on the table, it's fine.
Step in the picture.
Mats is getting some carbohydrates in there after the great effort that he put in today. We'll ask you to step in just a little bit more there. How was the race today?
It was a beautiful race. Great conditions. For me it was hard. It went really fine to begin with, but then in the end I was really, really tired. I couldn't really run and couldn't swim, so
okay,
it was a hard one.
You were one of the original racers, 2004. Yes. Have you raced every race since then, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, how does this compare to the rest of them in terms of time, in terms of the fun you had?
It's not the fastest race I've done, it's among the fastest races. And it's been really fun. I've been racing with my neighbor and friend who started this swimrun racing. So it's fun just to be with him and see how he can manage a course like this, a long course like this. And he's done really well. He's a really good swimmer, so he swam along, most of the time he swam for us. And I was just behind him.
He kind of pulled you along with him, yeah?
I'm trailing him. So.
And tell me, when you were sitting in the bar that late night back in 2004, did you ever imagine that the challenge that was laid down was going to turn into this race?
No, I didn't. We thought it was a brilliant idea, and it was a brilliant idea. And we thought maybe we could gather around 20 people who saw that this was a brilliant idea. But when Mats and Mickey came along, it seemed like possible to make it a bigger competition. But it's really hard to begin with. There were 9 teams on the starting line the first year, and I think 11 the second year. So it was even hard to convince people doing this kind of thing that was all right to.
It was the right thing to do.
Try it.
And if we go back to the first time you did it, I believe it took 24 hours.
24 hours for over 2 days.
Oh, so over 2 days.
We slept under a tree.
Okay.
And
did you do the same thing? Did you run and swim between the islands?
Yeah, we walked a lot and we swam. So.
And how did you handle the change then from going from walking, sleeping under a tree to sort of full on, let's do this in 10 and a half, 11 hours?
I didn't to begin with. It took a couple of years before we can kind of do it the proper way. When we realized how we should train and how we should what gear to bring. Almost everyone, the first years brought too many gear, too much stuff.
Yeah.
And it was unnecessary stuff, and to slow you down. So it took a couple of years before we reached the finish line, and then.
So do you prefer the new stripped down version of the race?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. This is. Yeah.
And where does it go from here? I mean, the race seems to have gotten pretty much as big as it can for this area. Where do you see the sport of swimrun and the race?
Well, the swimrun sport is evolving. It's there's races in Europe. There is coming races everywhere. So I think it's going to be next year's is going to be a lot more new competitions around the world, and it's going to evolve into some sort of. Maybe not a sport, but an event that people know about. That is, you can do this and this is, and it's really fun. I'm living here now. This is my home, and so that the island is the home of this type of competition, and it's going to be a global thing, I think.
And tell me, you've taken part in every race so far. How much longer can this go on? How many more years can you do of swimrun?
It's really hard when you just get to the finish line, because the last bit you kind of feel like you don't want to do it anymore. Because it's really hard, and you're sore, and the feet hurts, and you can't think. But after a few minutes, maybe after quarter an hour, you started thinking about maybe a few things you can do better. And it's really fun. It's really beautiful, and it's a really beautiful course. And I have nothing else to do in this late in the year in September, so I might as well.
That's as good as an excuse as any to keep going. Mats Andersson, thank you very much indeed. One of the originators of swimrun and the originators of the ÖTILLÖ race. Mats finished up today there. He's competed in every race. I don't know if he's the only one. I think he's quite close to the only one who's competed in every race since 4 friends got together to run the first race in 2004. We have Anders coming back in here as well. We have Petter is on Utö, I'm being told here. So
yes. Oh, cool.
One of the most famous figures in Sweden. We're very interested to find out how it winds up for him today. So we're going to see if we can find him on the course. We believe he's on Utö. I haven't seen any pictures just yet. So we'll wait. He should be making an appearance soon down around the corner here below us to our right. We'll see from distance, hopefully, when he's making it up here. I think actually I'm hearing some of his music in the background on occasion here as well, so there's going to be a huge welcome for him when he does appear here at the finish line. So, and we'll be interested to see how he managed with his knee injury and that kind of thing as well. We're going to go to the men's. We'll just see what the men's leaderboard there was what I was thinking of saying. Yeah, sorry, I got a little bit caught up there. Maybe we might show that in picture as well. We could just have a quick look and see if we can find where team number 50 is in that. They should be on the board there somewhere. There'll be a lot further down. The team's name is Ad Nature Runners World, so they'll be in there somewhere.
Down,
right at the very bottom there. Yeah, right at the very bottom. They were a few hours behind the winners, 3.5 hours maybe behind the winners. So so hopefully we will have them up here reasonably soon. If they're on the island, they can't be more than 3 kilometers. What would it take you to run 3 kilometers with a bad knee, Anders, if you're a rapper?
If you're a rapper with a bad knee, maybe 25 minutes.
Maybe 25 minutes, that's good enough for me.
I think they will run walk.
There'll be a lot of run walking going on there.
Yes,
I think so. Petter is not the kind of guy who's going to give up. He said it at the very beginning in the interview we did with him yesterday that he had this kind of hard forehead, what the Swedes call the hard forehead, that it's just sheer pig-headedness is what is going to take him through to the end. And especially with a knee injury, I mean, with so much running, 65 kilometers running with a knee injury, it really is a serious display of character if and when he makes it across the finish line here.
He's a very good athlete, and the swimrun races he has done this year has been very good result and good racing.
When was his first swimrun race? Was it the qualifying race of 35 kilometers?
It was the Swimrun.
It was the Utö Swimrun.
Yes.
And how did it go for him as such? Did you feel that he
good, very good.
He had a good performance
there. He
there.
raced with Micke Rosén, one of Sweden's most famous swim coaches and one of Sweden's best swimmers, long distance swimmers. So
very, very good.
So he had a little bit of help along the way, so to speak. Yeah?
No, maybe on the swimming, but he dragged Micke on the running. So
yeah, that's the thing. Maybe.
But then I was down at Engadin and saw Micke and Petter and Marcus race.
Yeah.
And he did a fantastic, good race. Fantastic.
Did very, very well. We're just looking at Team 223 in the mixed class just coming across the finish line there. That is no less than Irgen Vai Unsuveso. And that team is from France and Austria. Letitia Pibis and Gerald Hofstadler from France and Austria, respectively, coming across the line there. We also had team number 53, Team Fireball, Carl Kennedy from Sweden and Magnus Berglund from Sweden, both coming across the finish line there. It is almost exactly 11.5 hours since this race started, 75 kilometers away at Sandhamn. An awful lot of the racers have crossed the finish line now. Some, unfortunately, have had to give up due to injury. More have been injured and kept going, and we're hoping to see one of those athletes cross the line very, very soon. 11.5 hours. Our winners came in after 8 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds. A new world record, beating last year's record of 8 hours and 35 minutes. The conditions all day have been perfect. We haven't seen a drop of rain on the course, barely a breath of wind on the course. The water's been a little bit cold. That's the only complaint we've had. But other than that, the conditions have been perfect. We're going to look out over our shoulder here.
There seems a French team.
It looks like a French team.
They have a
team, Endurance Shop Team 56, Emmanuel Vasselet and Fabien Gauthier of France, just making their way up now. And there seems to be a French TV crew here who are covering the event. So they seem to be grabbing the French participants as they pass by. They're also talking to everybody else as well, so they're doing very, very well there. But we're going to concentrate on the Swedish colour for the time being when Rappel Petter makes his way up the hill here. And I think many of the people still in the crowd will be looking to see.
Yes, he has done. He's a very, very good athlete. He has.
I'm just thinking that if he made this career change from being a rapper to an athlete, are you considering going the opposite direction and starting a rap career, Anders?
I will rap next year.
You make sure to call me when that starts. I'll be looking forward to that now. We have another team coming towards the line here. One guy running inside the fence. If we go to, we have another French team coming in there. Yes, team number 56. Endurance Shop Team 56, Emmanuel Vasselet and Fabien Gauthier coming across the line there. Giving them a couple of valuable seconds there before crossing the line there. That would be most of the men's teams, should I say, across the finish line. We might check and see exactly how many have finished. If we look at the leaderboard for men, there's a whole heap of them have finished in the last while there. 240 athletes that set off this morning at 6 a.m. from Sandhamn. Right about dawn there, they set off. We ended up having to wait and see if the ferry to Finland had passed by in time so that the swell wouldn't be too much. So these guys have had to deal with all sorts of challenges. Not too many weather challenges, but certainly the cold in the water and some of the conditions there probably weren't the best. We saw some of the currents as well taking hold of them and pushing them out a little bit. How difficult are the currents? You wouldn't expect the Baltic Sea with so many islands to have these kind of currents around the place. Is it very difficult to swim in those conditions?
Yes, it is. And of course it depends how strong they are. I know 3 years ago, 2011, it was very strong currents between the last islands, and then you really had to push to get over. Yes,
to get yourself over there. Yeah. And does it differ? Is there a change between one island and the next? Could it be very, very calm in one place? Yeah.
Yes.
So you don't really know until you get into the water what's going to happen.
Yes.
That would bother me
but
greatly.
Very often it's that there is a lot of currents between the islands of Ute.
Yeah.
It's always.
And do you plan for this in your tactical plan for the race then?
You can do if you go, just like if it's wind from the side, you can go down and swim more to maybe your left, and so then you can use the current or the wind to get
on the way in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if it's coming from west, you shouldn't go into east because then you will go.
You just get taken away from the end. Yeah. It'd be too difficult to swim back against it. We're looking out now. It's a beautiful evening here in the Stockholm archipelago, and we're looking out over the water here Down below us here, we can see there's another team coming in here. Is this a women's team coming in here now below us? This would be the 4th placed women's team, the 4th women's team to make it to the island of ÖTILLÖ and to finish the race. There wasn't actually that many women's teams that started this year. What had we? 13 teams in total. We've had the first 3 in, and this is the 4th one coming in now. They're just making their way around the final hairpin bend just below our commentary position here, and they'll soon be up the hill receiving the applause of the crowd, I would hope. There's still quite a sizable crowd here. You can hear the applause there. The team coming through there is Team ICA Supermarket Majorna. Majorna is in Gothenburg, and Eva Friedman and Maria Frånlund are on their way up there. So if anybody's watching in Gothenburg from ICA down there, they're on their way up there, and they'll soon be crossing the finish line. Let me see, there aren't too many teams left after that with 7 women's teams. That's, no, 4 women's teams. There'll be a couple more to go there. We'll see where Petter is.
I think many people are waiting to see Petter cross the finish line.
Yeah. We were going to grab race director Mikael Lemel there, but unfortunately he seems to be quite busy. Of course, we've seen him greeting absolutely everybody as he came across.
That's a tradition. He always hugs everyone. From the first to the last team.
As he should. It's a lovely gesture from Mikael for all the work that he puts in there. He arrived here a few hours ago and he stood in the finishing area ever since, welcoming everybody who's crossed the line. It seems that everybody who crosses the line, they get a participant's medal that they can bring home with them.
You also have the other race director, Mats Scott. He's out on the course.
Yeah, Mats is out on the course looking after race safety and that kind of thing out there at the moment.
Now we see a team just going around the last corner. I don't think it's not Petter, I think.
We'll see, he's bound to show up at some point.
Yes.
Just a clip on this.
We'll see which team it is.
It's actually remarkably warm here in the sunshine. We're lucky we're in a sort of a tented area here where we have our commentary position, but you can actually feel the heat from the sunshine. So I can imagine on that 21-kilometre run across Ornö when they were wearing swimsuits, that must have been very, very, very difficult indeed. We have a camera now pointed down at one part of the course just as they come around there up towards the finish line there. So we'll hopefully see who's coming in there, see who we're picking up. And of course there's a French TV crew here as well, very interested in the French participants. Great participation from France. I think they had 3 or 4 teams here this year. So I wonder, is that because of the qualifying competition that was held in Switzerland? Was that where those guys qualified from?
There were a lot of French teams there, yes.
Is endurance sports very big in France, in your opinion?
Yes, you know, they have this passion for ultra running. You have the Ultra Trail Mont Blanc.
Yes.
And they have a big trail week this weekend. Ultra Trail Mont Blanc was held in Chamonix.
Yes, yeah.
And then so it's very big in France to run in.
It's a big thing.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if we look into our crystal ball about sort of 50 years down the line, because we've seen how athletics, especially long and middle distance running, has been taken over by African runners. But I wonder if that's something that might happen in this sport as well, if it's ever going to grow to the point where it's worth other nations getting involved in it. So far, an awful lot of Swedes, no Danes, but Norwegians, French people here, an awful lot of British athletes here. Of course, we talked to our 2 friends from Scotland there earlier on today as well, so it'd be interesting to see where this sport makes to next. 22 different countries here today. 1 team from Ukraine that we saw leave a little bit earlier on there. Didn't have a chance to talk to them. So 22 countries in total. It will be interesting. We have a Spanish and an Italian team out there as well. Anna Berenguel Anter and Alessandra Perbellini. So they may be watching that. The mixed team, number 213, are just coming into the gate there. That's ABC Pure, Ben Webeck from Austria and Catherine Benger from Great Britain just crossing the line there, looking very, very pleased with themselves for the official photographs as they cross over. That's tremendous to see the big smiles as they come across.
We have another team, last stairs. Team 38.
Team 38 is Todd ×2. Todd Anthes and Todd Losey. Todd Anthes and Todd Losey, I think their families were here at about 10 o'clock this morning wanting to know how it was going for the 2 Todds. And now they finally showed up. It's a good few hours later. It's maybe 6, 7, 8 hours later. But it'll be great for them to finally be reunited with their families and their friends here. I'd say there'll be some party going on here on ÖTILLÖ this evening when these guys finally meet up with them. and hook up with them somewhere in the zone here to our left-hand side. We might actually have a word with Todd and Todd as they come past here. Just coming in to cross the line now. They'll have to go through the usual maneuver of having their timing devices removed, and then we might have a word, because unfortunately, as far as we know, the American team Reese's Pieces had to end their race a little bit earlier on. We're still waiting for official confirmation of that, but we'll find out as we go along, and we'll see if the American competitors might have a word with us. Might go and grab them there.
That's quite cool. They've been traveling from the United States to here.
All the way over here.
It's not like going from Norway to Sweden.
No, but if a race is big enough, you're going to travel to it, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
We'll look at see if we have the two guys there.
I think we have to wait for maybe 10 minutes more until Petter is here.
Can we just bring our two American contestants in there? We might have a quick word with them. There's one of the Todds was just on his way out there. Congratulations, guys. You've finished one of the toughest races in the world. Just step in here beside me so we can see in the picture. Todd and Todd, how did it go for you out there today?
It was a fun day. It was a lot of fun.
You enjoyed it?
Yeah, it was. It was incredible, incredible experience.
And what brought you here to Sweden? How did you hear about this race?
We actually read about it in Outside magazine and said we had to do it.
And is this the kind of thing that you usually do for kicks back home in the US?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not swim or swim, but you know, triathlons, running, yeah.
For this kind of event.
So, yeah.
Now, do you think, to give us the American perspective, there's an awful lot of Swedish and Scandinavian athletes here today. Is this the kind of thing that you think might catch on back home in America?
Oh, I think so, yeah. I think this would go over real big. The more people that knew about it, it would go over big.
That's what our job is here today. And what is it that makes it so attractive about the course itself? Is it the course? Is it the teammates, the other people you're competing against?
It's the countryside and the variety of the run and the swim without the bike. I mean, it adds a new element. It's very challenging over those rocks. That terrain's difficult.
Yeah, because it's mixed up as well, because it's not just bike, run, swim, or swim, run, bike, or that kind of. You're in and out of the water all the time. Did you find that difficult? The water was supposed to be very cold here today.
I actually thought the water was great. I mean, it was cold, but we're from Michigan. It wasn't any worse than what we've been swimming in.
So you're kind of used to that.
Yeah, this is an adventure, and that's part of the appeal to it. Is it isn't just a race. It isn't just a triathlon or a running race. This is an adventure. I mean, it's an adventure from the beginning to the end.
And what is the next adventure that you guys have planned after this one?
Well, my wife's doing the New York Marathon, so I'm going to be a spectator.
You're going to spectate on that one. It's a little bit
Boston
easier
Marathon for me. So
very nice, a great race too.
Yeah.
And yourself, Todd?
Some beer and back to my family.
The beers are right over here, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. The best of luck, and we hope to see you back here again next year. Todd ×2 just finishing the men's race there. They came in about 11 hours and 40 minutes after they started the race. A great achievement for two guys who had never performed in a swim run tournament before. It's a swim run competition before. As you heard, they're more used to triathlons and marathon running. We got one going back to be a spectator at the New York Marathon and then take part in the great race that is the Boston City Marathon, which is coming up. I can't even remember when that's coming up, but there you go. Still waiting for our Swedish rapper Petter to see if he turns up somewhere. We hope that his knee has held out. There's a lot of people in Sweden rooting for him. Of course, he ran the qualifying race, the ÖTILLÖ qualifying race. It's only less than half the distance of this one. There are about 7 or 8 swim run races in Sweden. The ÖTILLÖ race is one of the tougher ones. It's only about 35 kilometers long, but from that he managed to qualify for this. So we're waiting to see if he'll turn up somewhere behind us here. We have cameras following his every move when he does appear out of the forest. So we'll see if he shows up anytime in the near future. Again, if you're only just joining us, or if you haven't been able to watch the whole day, we're hoping to have a highlights reel to show you later on. I can tell you that the men's competition was won in Fime style by Team Milebreaker Uppetov. That's Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson. They won in a time of 8 hours, 16 minutes and 12 seconds ahead of the team head swimming, Björn Englund and Paul Krochak, the defending champions, and until today, the world record holders. Last year they ran this and swam the race in a time of 8 hours and 35 minutes. It was a fascinating battle between the two. In third place came the 4th seeded team, Be Quick Redovisning, Antti Antonov and Marcus Hultgren of Sweden. They're coming in third place. We have a call going up here to see who's coming in here. It looks like we might have found our rapper. Team number 50 look to be on their way up there. It is indeed. It's team number 50. Petter has gotten over his knee injury, a knee injury that made him doubtful to start this morning at 6 o'clock in Sandhamn, and he's now making his way up. He doesn't look happy, but he looks like he's definitely going to make it to the end. He told us that he wasn't going to give up, and he certainly didn't. Himself and his teammate Joje walking up the final steps there, coming around the final corner there, and the entire area is emptying as everybody heads over to the finish area to see Petter coming in there. Petter Askegren, of course, very, very well known in Sweden for his rap career. Made the transfer to endurance sport, and now on his way into the final gate.
Fantastic.
It's brilliant, and they have broken into run. They're coming across the line, hand in hand. Team Ad Nature Runners World, Petter Askegren and Joje Bursén coming across the finish line. Joje is smiling there. I think Petter is in slightly more pain than what he bargained for when he set out on this. And 2 bottles of champagne
Petter's
will
own.
soon deal with that. Is that Petter's own champagne that we have here, yeah? No wonder he was in such a hurry to get to the finish line if he knew that was waiting for him. Not the kind of hydration that's recommended maybe in this particular situation, but it won't taste any less sweet for that. Petter Askegren makes his way across the finish line. It is very much the rock star or the rap star ending to one of the most extreme sporting events seen in this country. An amazing day of endurance sport is drawing to a close as Petter comes across. Less than 12 hours, despite a serious knee problem, less than 12 hours to make the 75-mile trip across land and through water here to ÖTILLÖ. Out of shot, there is a battery of cameras taking pictures of Joje and Petter as they finish up and they receive their participants' medals. I'd say if Petter was to win this race in years to come, no medal would be as precious as the one he's about to get now. The guy is out on his feet as he waits for the pictures. He's going to make his way forward there, and we're going to ask him to stop for an interview here. Plenty of people watching the race in Sweden are going to want to hear from Petter. But as always, there are plenty of people queuing up for a picture. Talking out to Mikael Lemel, the race organizer. This is actually a victory for the race itself.
Yes,
the fact that Petter can get around there.
Yes. And with Petter, it's a whole new audience to Swimrun.
Of course, yeah. There'll be a whole load of Swedish rap fans watching this today.
Yeah, and other fans that not into sport and here's a Swimrun race. Yeah. This looks fun. Petter does it. I can do it.
Exactly. Yeah. I suppose it's kind of a sign of the guy's career as well. The rap business is not something you make a livelihood in if you're prepared to give up at the first sign of trouble. So he took on this knee injury and he made it round and he did an absolutely brilliant job. His knee is strapped up beyond belief here. I'd be surprised if he could move it at all, and yet he managed to run the last few steps as he came around there. We're hoping to get him over here to our commentary position as soon as possible. He's talking to race director Mikael Lemel there, and we're going to grab him now as soon as we can. More pictures being taken here, just trying to catch his eye there. Looks absolutely out on his feet. Can we bring Petter over here? Petter, congratulations on making it, not just making it to the end, but making it to the start line at all. You suffered a knee injury. Tell us, how hard was it to make it around the course today?
It was very, very painful, but I had such a good partner that helped me mentally and pulled me on the runnings very good. So, and I have a really strong will, and I've been training for this for like 8 months or something, so there was no option about pulling out. So.
You weren't going to cut the race.
No. That's not going to happen. I'd rather kill myself instead. So.
Julia, how difficult was it to make the race with Petter? Did you have to pace him? Did you have to encourage him to keep going?
Yeah. I mean, after the first 2 hours, he got basically very hurt. He was hurting a lot. So, of course, encouragement and pacing him on the run. He did a swim all by himself, so we did a good swim, but his running, of course, when his knee is injured, it's a bit behind. So we kept, but the main thing today was to keep moving, and we did that all the time.
Yeah. One of the other competitors described this as 6 hours of swimming and running followed by a half marathon. When you got to Ornö, you had 21 kilometers to run. How did you deal with that, with the pain you were in?
That was the killer challenge for me, because I knew that all the time that I had to deal with Ornö, because if I didn't make Ornö, I didn't make the race on the final cut. So I just mentally built up a big shield for Ornö, and he actually talked me through it. So we were counting like kilometers, like okay, now we ran now we have done 1 kilometer. We just walked for 10 seconds and then we started running again, and just working it like that.
And how do you feel now once it's all over? I'm sure you're in pain.
I don't know, because I came, I just passed the finish line for like 3 minutes ago, so I haven't really melted this yet.
It hasn't sunk in yet?
No.
So the first thing you'll be doing will be heading off to some clinic?
I'm going to have the Prosecco. This is my own Prosecco, so I just ordered a bottle. I just wanted to celebrate with him. So
that's a pretty good way to celebrate. As long as you knew that was waiting at the finish line, I pretty much knew you were always going to make it.
We were talking about that.
Congratulations. Well done on making it all the way to the end. Joja, congratulations to you too. Well done, gentlemen. There we go, Swedish rap artist Petter, one of the great stories of the day. Despite a serious knee injury sustained before the race even started, makes it all the way through 75 kilometres, 65 kilometres running, 10 kilometres open water swimming. Would you have done the same thing, or would you have just gone home, Anders?
Gone home.
You would have just gone home. There you go. Well, maybe if you had your own Prosecco, your own wine label there at the end of it.
Fantastic.
We're coming to the end of our broadcast today from the Stockholm archipelago, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure to be part of this wonderful event. The sense of joy as these people came across the line, the sense of achievement has been the one thing that I will take with me for it. We're just going to show you about 5 or 6 minutes of the highlights of the day of ÖTILLÖ here, the Swimrun 2014 World Championship races.
And we have the start. They're all looking really excited, just pulling through.
So basically you'll see as they make their way to the end of this first short run, they'll be hitting the water for the very first time. This is the first big shock of the day. They hit the water, it's very, very cold. They've only been up for about an hour or 2 hours or so. You warm up at the very beginning, but then when standing on the starting line, you tend to cool down a little bit as well. So we're not too far off hitting the water for the first time. It's the first big shock of the day, as I say. As you can see, it looks very, very pleasant here as they set out towards the first swim here, running through a little bit of forest now. And as we can see from the pictures from the boat here, the first swimmers are now in the water and making their way. You can see behind them there as the rest of the competitors stream down towards the water's edge. This is where it gets really tough. The first couple of strokes in the water, trying to get ready for the, trying to prepare and to adjust oneself now.
They have actually been a lot off course when they started swimming. That's one of the hardest things doing a long open water swim, is to actually locate where you're gonna go up. But if you spot far off in the background, you can see a Torén and Jesper Svensson. It could be them. They are very strong swimmers.
There are 9 energy stations, as they're called, throughout the course.
Coming up from the water, 1.6K was behind, so. And now when we have started the day the best way we can.
See that they're coming in land now, they're just running across the stones here. And they will be coming to the first energy station as they go along here. This is the first chance they've had.
Number 2, mile breaker öppet hav with Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg.
It's a great day and the weather is a bit too good. No waves, but otherwise with the sun and everything, it's going to be a great race.
And Paul, team 1, and they're actually taking the the way from the other team. First, good job. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, very nice.
Nice weather.
Oh, perfect.
Everything good?
Yeah, everything good.
How's the knee?
No, it's not good. It's a mental battle right now between me and my knee.
The races has been before Nämndö here, Checkskär, very technical running.
Participants climbing out of the waters here. You can see that flotation devices are very, very helpful, usually to lift the legs. The legs are what provide most of the weight in the water, and that's what keeps most of the effort going, is to keep the legs pumping.
And maybe they get to see each other, meet each other here, and they can see that
they can gain some time here on Nämndö, because it's a lot of gravel road racing.
So we're just going to check to see here if any of the ladies that have come in land. So far we haven't seen any of them come in land, or certainly they haven't passed by the timing station just yet.
Looking good?
Oh, looking good.
Because it's the coolest race in the world.
So some of the athletes who pass by without taking anything to eat or drink.
Last year, Björn and Paul was up here at Kvinnholmen 4 hours, 39 minutes.
We're looking at Nämndö South here in the water. We can see them coming up out of the water here on Nämndö South. It's a little bit difficult there. The pictures we have are coming from the boat. The maximum distance that there can be between them is 10 meters in the water and 100 meters on land, cooling as they went along. Everything from bananas and energy bars to hot dogs, and the famous Swedish cinnamon buns is what's fueling the muscles. Leaderboard. There is a tactic here to deal with the various different currents that you come across. Is that Antonov? Is there the pictures we can see there? Yeah. So there was a gap of 56 seconds, so it's probably no wonder that we can't see them. We can see it's one of them carrying his flotation device there in his right arm. It's basically a half marathon across the island at that point. I'm sure they won't thank me for pointing it out now. You'll be able to keep your tempo much better. So he's looking just a little bit stiff there now.
Yeah, I'm starting to be a bit tired.
Okay, well that's okay. They will have the mother and daughter from Papetias, and they're doing a great job.
Seconds is what we're estimating the 1 minute 40 seconds is what we're estimating the gap to be. I would say it's at least 1 minute 40 seconds.
Team, it's mile breaker, Öppet Hav, Daniel Hansson and Lelle Moberg.
They did very, very well. They didn't look tired at all. There's a 47-second lead over Team Adeptic, so it's not very much indeed. As they come up to the line, hand in hand, they cross the line. Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, World Swimrun Champions 2014. Team Milebreaker, Öppet Hav. In position now. Still not in to the milebreaker.com final 15 kilometers.
Something like that. And try to reach the last.
Quite incredible. They were up there reasonably high early on, but they kind of fell away there throughout the latter part of the course. Yeah. There we go.
Mabel is only 22 years.
22 years old, yeah. Within a specific time, but
yeah, in that team, she was sick.
Yeah.
Annika Thun.
Under 10 hours, Ulrika Eriksson and Jonas Edén win the mixed class. The new world champions have just crossed the line. Shrieks of joy there. They're out of the water. So the first ladies team has made it onto Ute, onto the last leg. Come across the line, Swimrun World Champions 2014 in a time around about 10 hours and 23 minutes. Mother and daughter, certainly daughter anyway, going to grounds instantly. She is completely out on her feet. She has driven her mother on throughout the last, must be the last 10 kilometers. She's been driving her mother on the whole way, and they've done an absolutely tremendous job to get here, and they are far and away miles ahead of the competition, who aren't even on the island yet. So they've crossed the finish line without their nearest competitors even making it to Ute. They are completely worn out. They can't move. It looks to me like they're actually sobbing with the